Welcome to my show and happy 250th anniversary of this great country. Okay, so where do I start? Where do I start? Where do I start? For whatever reason, black men are willing to pay to, let's just say, look at box while they are like strongly against paying to both look at and open box. I always found that, well, not always, but I do find that very interesting and weird about black male culture or black men culture, because it's only men that can do that. So I always found that very bizarre. And there's various different forms of paying for it that they're okay with, even though it's the same thing. For example, if a woman is addicted to drugs and you give her drugs in exchange for dot dot dot, then that is somehow not shameful. But the whole cash in hand thing is what really, really, really gets brothers to just say, "Oh no, I'm not with that." It's like a I'm above that, but I don't mind spending more at a script club to look at it. So I'm liking it to this scenario. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. And feel free to comment. I'll read your comments. I'm likening it to this scenario. Imagine a kid playing a video game at an arcade. And this is back in the day, just for the sake of simplicity, where a good video game play cost a quarter. So this is his favorite game. Every day he's putting a quarter into that slot. He's putting quarters into that slot. That's his favorite game. Eventually, the amount of quarters that he put into that machine is going to exceed the cost of the game if he purchases it, if he purchases it on Atari or Nintendo or whatever is popular at that time. So why not buy the game? Well, maybe to the kid there's a certain satisfaction of doing it that way, and maybe he just don't have the money all at once, and he wants to play it now, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe maybe he don't have a video game system at home. Maybe his parents don't allow him to play at home. These are all good reasons. You want to know the worst reason to not save money and buy the game at home? Is if the arcade owner convinced you that it was uncool to have a video game system at home. It was uncool to play at home. Because he knows that if you play it at home, you will not only not play it there, but you'll eventually burn yourself out and get tired of that game altogether. So someone has a vested interest in the cultural dynamic of you not buying video games. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. So that's the dynamic. We're going to explore that in depth today. But before we get into that, I've seen this post from Book of Alpha Romedy. I watch his clips from time to time. Sometimes I listen to him, but he's on that. He's somewhat on the game stuff, but not like the others. But I've seen the first part of this, and I want to share it with you. Now, someone said something interesting. Tim Howard said something interesting in the chat room. He said, to answer the question, why are black men proud to pay to look at box and ashamed to open it? He said, because they were raised to be simps and cuckolds. Well, one could say one who pays to open the box is the same thing, but um, they're definitely paid to benefit, or excuse me, they're definitely raised to benefit women, and in this case, black women. Black women wanted to say, how can I get paid to not sleep with someone? And black men kind of like fell into line. But we're going to actually explore a black woman who was trying to convince black men of this very philosophy. So we're going to see how it's done, not the one on the screen, and firsthand, get a firsthand account. Once again, hit the like button.
Actively as a whole stop rewarding certain behavior, a lot of this would die overnight because men are
Okay.
naturally leaders.
She says stop paying for temporary validation. That's an interesting one. I'm wondering which one she's talking about. If she's talking about, because there's gratification and then there's validation. One could say that a person is paying for box is paying for gratification. One could say that a person who is gambling on a date is gambling for validation. He's paying to interview, hoping that she says that you're valid, whether she says it verbally or with her body. Well, let's continue.
Women that don't even respect you. Stop tricking just to feel wanted.
Okay. I've been in Miami for 2 months. The women are extraordinarily beautiful. I don't think I have ever been more invisible to women anywhere than in Miami. Not that I was completely invisible, but I was more invisible there. I felt more invisible there than I felt anywhere. Um, there is a strong possibility that the women there are paper chasers. And not only I probably don't meet the economic requirement that they were looking for, and even if I did, I definitely didn't show it. I was using public transit, and stuff like. Well, I rented a car in the beginning, but then I just got tired of it because it was very hard to find parking and birds was pooping on it. So, nevertheless, without growing up there, without having roots, and without like having a display of wealth, at least in my case, I was very invisible to. Now, let me make this caveat to the top tier women. Now, here's the interesting part about that. When you're in a place like Miami and there's so many top tier women, the women who would normally be visible to you now become invisible. It's a very, very weird dynamic, but it wouldn't surprise me if what he said is true, that the women that I was hoping to get attention from was selling box, and that's why they didn't really see me. That could be a very, very true thing. In fact, I'll take his word for it because he's in Miami. He seemed to have rented or purchased an expensive car because that's what it took to be seen.
Cause cousins, my sisters, man, niggas, mamas, everybody.
You come to that conclusion?
Because I bought all the pussy in Miami.
So you buy.
I done bought Spanish pussy, black pussy, Chinese pussy, Australian pussy, European pussy, fucking, like, dog, I done even bought fucking German.
What meeting here and seeing if something real happens?
That shit don't exist no more. That shit is extinct, bro, like dinosaurs. Wives is like dinosaurs. Is extinct. You either buying the pussy or you ain't getting it.
Is it that you see a girl and you're like, here's $2,000, come, let's go have fun?
I mean, you could go that way, where you just get a cash for the ass. But some girls, you buy them stuff, like you take them to Chanel, you take them out to the nice restaurant.
I thought it was called Chanel, but spelled with the E at the end. But to be honest, I don't know because I never bought anything with that label on it ever. Like, not even for my mom's birthday. I'm a very, very, very frugal man. That's why I didn't have a display of wealth in Miami.
You might buy them cars, you might pay their bills. It's like all kind of different ways to trick. I'm a trick.
You're a proud trick.
Trick or treat, trick something to eat.
People don't know what tricking is. What does it mean?
Tricking is when you spend your money on the to get the.
So why do you think there's a lot of shame in tricking?
Because you can't afford to do it.
That's it.
If you got enough money to buy some, you gonna buy the, bro.
Don't you want love one day?
I find love in buying. I love buying.
Okay, I like his take on it. It's very practical. He don't allow shame to stop him from getting his desires. And yeah, he has like a very clear practical view on it. It's like, listen, wives don't exist. Therefore, I am going to just pay directly for the only remaining thing that I want from a woman, as opposed to paying for the possibility or proximity. Because make no mistake, if you are going to a strip club, you are paying for proximity. It's the same logic of going to a steakhouse to look at a steak and smell a steak but not eat it. It's kind of like that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not really suggesting that brothers don't go to strip clubs. What I'm saying is I don't understand it. Perhaps brothers can help me out with this. And feel free to use financial examples if you want. Why would a brother go to a strip club and not buy the box or rent the box or open the box? Why not pay the same amount to just say, okay, I'm going to buy the box. I was window shopping at the strip club and now I'm ready to make a purchase. Why not take it to that level? Because, don't get me wrong, if you don't do both, I get it. Because I don't really do both either. So, I get if you don't do both. I get if you do both. I do not, for the life of me, get why you would just do one and not the other. Particularly why you would just do the strip club and not the purchase of the box. So maybe somebody here, with the highbrow individuals here, maybe y'all can help me out in that understanding. because I tried to have a conversation. I tried to get to the root of it last night, and I was talking to a former stripper, or perhaps even a present one, and you're gonna see how the conversation went in a very, very, very bizarre direction. All right, let's take a look here. Let's see what y'all got. All right, first, because of cuckold, yeah, I read that one. Men shouldn't really be paying to look at docs either. You know, once again, that goes under the category that I was describing, like, not doing either or doing both. Like, both of those things make sense, but to pay to look at it and once again, not pay to partake is very bizarre to me. And I know a lot of brothers fall into that box. Like his philosophy, the one who was, who we just interviewed, makes a lot of sense, or it makes more sense than what I was just describing. But the other, it seems like they're influenced culturally by an outside source. All right. Respect and cheers, GC, for entertaining and insightful content. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. It looks like you're new here and welcome. You're new here or you've been watching the cloud. Either way, appreciate you. All right. It says, hey, Game Changer. All right. Appreciate you, King Big. Say to you. It says, I'll never trick, but it's better to pay for it than to look at it. Yeah, and maybe the pricing is different. Don't get me wrong. Maybe the pricing is different to where the price to look at it is so much lower than the price to pay for it. But I doubt it. I truly doubt it. Because I look at a working girl, let's call them that, and it doesn't seem like they're getting regular high amounts of money just looking at their lifestyle. And by looking at their lifestyle, I'm talking about like what's that called? There was a show called Cat House, but more so than that, there's a YouTube channel called Atlanta Street Interviews. And I'm like, okay, it doesn't seem like these women are balling out of control. Like they don't even have cars. They don't even have those buckets that I used to buy fresh out of high school when I went to the auction in San Francisco. Like they don't even have one of those. So needless to say, it doesn't seem like they're charging an enormous markup on it. It doesn't. So I would now I have been to strip clubs, and I think last time I went, I think it was like I haven't been in over 10 years, but I think it was like $20 for a lap dance. Now I know it's a bigger venue in the South. In California, it's a very, very, very small venue. And I went a total, like I could count on one hand the total number of times I went. And that was all for like bachelor parties or going with a friend who likes to go, or a family member who likes to go. It was always a lot more women there than it was men, like a lot. Like if it was 30 women, I'd swear to be 5 dudes. And unfortunately for them, one of the dudes just so happened to be me, a very, very, very frugal man. So I don't see them, making money like that. I remember one time there was one who was making money, and she just stood above all the rest to and I'll tell you how this story. She stood well above all the rest as far as beauty goes. She was dark skinned, chocolate. She was just drop dead gorgeous. Gorgeous. And the way it was set up was the girls would like a sound would sound and the girls would go on the stage and they would circle around the stage for a bit. So I guess you can look at their goods, and then they would go out and spread out and talk to the patrons, and in this case me, who's sitting in the audience. And I was like, oh crap, I can't wait till she come to my area, right? There was a Oriental guy. If I had to guess, I would say Japanese. That every time they did that circle thing, this dude was standing outside the stage waiting on her and didn't even give her a chance to come to dudes like me. Like he would just swoop her up real quick, real quick. And that is the end of that. Like he like it's on to the VIP. She stayed in the VIP. Everybody, all the other women there, all the other 20 to 40 women there were really just trying to get attention from the very few dudes that was there. I don't know how they make money. I'm talking about the enterprise. I don't know how the club and stuff makes money. Um, but it's an interesting dynamic nonetheless. Um, yeah, so it's not very popular here. I understand in the South it's kind of like the go-to thing to do. Somebody said it's a whole culture in the South. I don't doubt it. Um, when I was in Miami, I kicked myself because I was there for 2 months and I didn't even go to one. You know, like I didn't even think about it because I've been in California so long. But I was like, wait a minute, I'm in Miami. There's like Two Live Crew. Like this should be the place to where it's really popping, where it's really jumping. And I didn't even think to do it. That's how like divorced from that culture we are. Um, anyway, let's see. Strippers are halfway starving if they not proning. I had a suspicion. I had that suspicion. Once again, it's a different culture. I don't know. You know what it is? I think that California may be a little different because Nevada is right next door. So I'm thinking that any guy who's really about that life would just drive out that way. Would just drive out east and and get down like that. Like like why would you go to a local joint when you could just take a long drive to Reno or Vegas or something like that. Maybe that's why it's not really popping like that. Um, but yeah, if they're, I can understand the South if they're not proing because it's heavy competition. They're probably not making any bread. Somebody said unless they live with a boyfriend. Yeah, somebody said quote boyfriend. I suspect that. Well, one of them actually talked to me. One of them wanted me to. She implied that she wanted me to come to her house after she got off work. Not on some pro stuff, just on some I enjoy your company stuff. Um, and the problem was that I got a code. In fact, I got a series of codes. Um, I'm not going to smash certain women. Um, and her dude was away fighting for the country. I think it was Iraq at that time. I'm not about that life. But what she did, she was straightforward. We had an exchange. We had a conversation. She told me that she was in a trade school and that she had a day job, like at Target or something like that. She said that they don't make any real money. She said when the girls, because this was one of the ones where it's full nude, meaning that they don't serve alcohol, which is fine because I don't drink alcohol. Uh, so keep in mind, I'm very cheap. So when when the white girl came by to sell a vitamin water for her, and I was like, all right, I'll get a vitamin water. And then she said, okay, that'll be $8. I'm like, $8? I'm not paying $8 for no damn vitamin water. I thought it was like two. And then she got upset and walked away. And the chick was like, I know I said that I wanted it when she walked by, but really, I didn't want one. We can't say that, and I'm putting y'all up on game, unless something's changed. This was a long time ago. Um, what happened? Oh, she said that they make them say they want to drink. They can't deny a drink because the girl, the wait, whatever you call the woman, what is it, a bottle girl? It's not really alcohol, but I mean, you know, you can't cut into their pockets. So if they offer a drink or offer me to buy a drink for the girl that I'm sitting with, they have to say yes. They have to. So just like little tidbits, and I liked her, but I'm not about that life. I'm not about like, smashing a dude's chick. I think they were married too, who's away. Anyway, she had a day job. She went to school. Right? She was. Oh, and that was another reason why I didn't do it. She was actually pregnant at the time. Oh, dang! I'm telling you, this was a long time ago. She was actually pregnant at the time. So yeah, dang, I forgot that part. I really did. She wasn't showing, but she was pregnant. So, but no, what the point of the story? The point of the story. I know that was a long story with very little point. The point of the story was that they don't make no damn money. She wasn't the top one. The top one was in the back room with that Japa Korean dude all night. She was the only one making money. Other chick, she was, making ends meet, even with her boyfriend and working at and the trade school, like financial aid and stuff like that, and Target. Even with all that combined, she still needed a few extra dollars. All right, so let's play some more of this.
Girls have unrealistic expectations for the men that they be dating, and I'm just not one of those. Tell you thank you. Just thank you for fucking with me. Thank you for fucking with me. Thank you for giving me pussy. Cause like everybody don't deserve to get pussy. Thank you for giving me.
If it wasn't for the way you spent your money, I wouldn't be giving you nothing. So, I only rock because of your money, right?
No, I know, and I thank you for spending my money.
What the heck? I just, oh gosh, they big. What is going on here? Okay, pause here for a second. I want y'all to pay special close attention to what I see. How come in the black community the men are in shape and the women are like this? Shaped like rotten tomatoes. And why they got glasses and hoods on? Okay, let's see what they're talking about.
Are honestly more supported by gold diggers because, like he said, they're going to feed into. Hold on, no.
A gold digger is not about to help you elevate a fuck thing. That bitch one job is to get what she can get and get the fuck on. Y'all gotta be for real. Y'all just be going along with this stupid ass shit niggas be saying online. You need a bitch who gonna stay down, ride for this shit, and help you build this shit up. Not no fucking gold digger. No, you said that afterward. That was your second half. I'm talking about your first half. You was agreeing with the nigga talking about a gold digger. What the fuck is she gonna do for you? The bitch, you better have something going on for yourself. You want a gold digger, bitch. You want that bad bitch, and you want that bitch who popping and shit. You better have your shit together, nigga.
All right.
Okay. Though I agree with what he's saying, I do think that there's a place for gold diggers, but gold diggers should be in their place. Gold diggers should be in their place. They should not be confused with anything more or less than that. And that's something that other cultures of men really have down. They really have a clear understanding of how that works. And these are and I'm not talking about men on my pay grade. I'm talking about like the muck of the mucks type, I'm talking about the ones that sign my check type people. These are the ones that how can I say um, understand how it works. For example, the Don Sterling situation. The Don Sterling situation. For those of you who don't know, Don Sterling is like a basketball team owner. I think it's the Clippers. Very, very old, like Mr. Burns level old white dude. And he had this young, light skinned black chick as a sugar baby. And he made it very clear, I don't mind who you sleep with. I do mind, I don't mind if you sleep with these black guys. I do mind if you bring them to the game. It's a bad look, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Apparently, she wasn't just dealing with like Carlton Banks looking black dude. She was dealing with, Muggus Thuggus Bone type dude. So you're like, listen, I understand that you're young and you have boyfriends on the side. I have a wife. You give me fulfillment in this way, and I give you money. Now, the money that I pay you is less than the money that I pay my employees. In this case, the basketball players. It's probably less than he pays his personal assistant. It's probably less than he pays the person that does the lawn in his mansion. Definitely less than what he pays his chef. So when you're on that level, you understand, because you pay a lot of people to do a lot of things for you, that to you, it's nothing more than their task. The landscaper is not your friend, he's not your buddy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Your function to him is a paycheck, or your value to him is a paycheck. His value to you is lawn care. And that's how that goes. And it's the same with women. So I think that if that understanding is clear, then that's okay. But in the black community, we like to muddle that understanding a lot. She's like, oh, I'm a ride or die. So I know if you're a gold digger, then you're a person who's digging gold. We're not anything more.
Cause I promise you, once this shit hit the fan, it's OV. That bitch is gone. She
all right.
This ain't no joke. I know this shit. She all right.
We're going after that shit.
What in the hell is that? Okay.
Yo, so fuck. I ain't gonna lie, like I 1000% disagree with him, because there's one rule that we always go by, like corny gonna be corny regardless of how you cut it. Like any dude, no matter how much money they have, if they in the camera screaming like that, I'm putting your girlfriend in a full Nelson. I don't care, I don't care how much money you have. If you talk like this on the camera, I promise you I can take your girlfriend with no money.
It's the book of Apple.
Anybody who says that is full of crap. And I don't really respect anything that they say after that. Shout out to Book of Alpharonomy.
Run it, man. Read it or weep.
A man who lacks discipline will finance his own destruction every single time. Men, you call the shots, right? I'm going to give you a small yet effective tip. Stop spending. You're enabling the behavior. A lot of women are only moving the way they move because men keep funding it. You complain about not finding a shorty that's real, but keep leading with money. You complain about what?
Okay, here's the thing. I agree with what she's saying to a certain extent. Pay if you want to, but my suggestion, fellas. Like it says in, I don't know if it says it in 48 Laws of Power as well, but it definitely says it in Machiavelli, The Prince. Be a miser. Be a miser. If you are going to pay as little as possible and receive as much as possible. And that's not just with box, that's with anything that you're dealing with. We like to show off. We like to overpay just to say that we can. I think that is the stupidest thing a person can do. And I think that it's, culturally speaking, one of the stupidest things that we do collectively. This desire to overpay. Um, and it, I already said it, so I'm not even gonna, repeat.
Women lacking substance, but keep giving attention to everything that has a body and a BBL, then wonder why this generation is cooked. Men set the tone whether y'all want to admit it or not. If men
Okay, now she's just looking to blame men for women being destitute. Listen, one thing about destitutes, um, and it's somewhat tragic, and this is why in America I kind of look at them a lot different than the ones that I would look at overseas. Um, because they have the opportunity to be anything else and they choose to do that. And I know this is going to shock people because they try to put on this facade because I guess they feel that it's profitable to do so, but they actually like doing it. I don't know why, but I do know that they do. And I also know that they would do it even if it wasn't any money involved in it. Now, hear me out now. I'm not saying that they are out giving it up for free or that they're nymphos or something like that. What I am saying is that they're okay with standing outside for extended periods of time, even if there's no money, even if they don't make any money. They would still feel that that was a productive way to spend their Saturday night. As bizarre as it sounds, they're working on that mentality. The point is that you're not going to financially starve them out. You're just not. Exactly. Landon said it best. It's a culture. It's kind of what they do. You see, once the crack era was over, it was a lot of Pookie dudes that still stood on the corner. Not that they were actually selling or pumping anything, they just kind of stood there. Because they created a culture where standing on the corner was the thing to do. So they just did it, like on some King of the Hill stuff. That's just, yeah, it's just a culture. That's not going to change if there's no money in it.
collectively, as a whole, stop rewarding certain behavior, a lot of this would die overnight because men are naturally leaders. Stop paying for temporary validation. Stop financing women that don't even respect you. Stop tricking just to feel wanted. Because now you got women thinking their value is attached to what they can extract out of a man instead of who they are in God. And women, stop presenting yourself like
that thought doesn't come from the man paying for it. You see, she actually has to go to the corner first. She really, when she's talking, she's not understanding the whole chicken and egg paradox. Women go to the corner because a man paid her. Well, no, he didn't pay her until she got to the corner. Do I believe that women are born destitutes? No. Do I believe that men make women destitute? Some do. Do I believe that women make women destitutes? Yes. Yes, that's a hell yes. That is a hell yes. Listen, okay. Jesus, I gotta break this down. Um, a P. A P really starts with a bottom. That's it. He gets the one. He gets the one bottom. And this is true for Sunny from the Mac. This is true from like Superfly. This is true from like every blaxploitation vision of a P that they had back then. They start with one. This is the main one. She brings in all the others. And the same thing is true in brothel culture. That's actually why you have a madam. And I kid you not. When I was in the Philippines, right? And they had the go-go bars there. All the go-go bars had madams. And oh, by the way, go-go bars is just where the girls who can't really dance on rhythm, they just stand on the stage and two-step all day in their underwear. And which is a funny scene to me. There's other stuff involved, but the thing is that if you want to, you can take them home for a price. So they are destitute. And they all had a madam there. Or no, not a madam. They called it mama-san. They had a mama-san there. The owner was typically a Australian or European guy. So a European guy comes, he buys like this empty hole in the wall place. He sets a stage up, buys some alcohol, and next thing you know, he's not paying because it's any money. He's not doing this because there's money in it. He's doing it so he has his own personal brothel that constantly rotates with young women. And I don't really knock his hustle. Now, the mama son's job is to keep the girls in line. But also, and I've seen this on one of like the vacant, dilapidated lots that they were going to open up a go-go bar. It said, Mama San wanted, must have 6 girls. So the Mama San's job isn't just to manage the girls, it's to procure the girls. If you are an older Filipino woman, you go into the province and you see if any of your nieces, even your daughters, like, hey, who wants some money? You going into the province, like, where the white dude isn't going. Who wants some money? Like, okay, you. I need 6. I need 6 over 18. She brings the 6, and then they set up shop, and that's how that works. It's always the woman who pulls them in, who reels them in, always. And it's the same in modern, this soft destitution that's going on amongst modern women. It's always the Shira Sevens of the world. It's always the, sprinkle, sprinkle, soft girl people. It's the women who are encouraging this particular lifestyle. And trust me, they will do it if you pay or not. These sprinkle, the overwhelming majority of these, women who are claiming sprinkle are not making any damn money. But, they still represent for the culture. All right, let me read some of your comments before I get behind. Someone said, I can have sex with her, maybe not take her. I don't. Okay. I really, now that I look back at it, I really think it was more the fact that she was pregnant than the serviceman boyfriend. I can take your girl with no money. Well, I mean, once again, guys who think that way, guys who think that way really look at the world in a lens. I don't enjoy company. Let's start here. I don't enjoy company of guys who think that way because um, they look at the world through the lens of men are competition of sexual virility and sexual dominance. Like, like I'm better than you because I took your girl. It's like, well, you allowed my girl to determine who's better, is what you did. I don't play those games. I think that's kind of, I wouldn't even say childish. I didn't really think it's something that children do. I just think it's really just dumb. And I don't really have time for people like that. And chances are they can't unless she wants to humiliate the guy that she's with. But chances are they can. I know he thinks that he has all of this, everything, but no man out there can get any woman that he wants. That it just doesn't work that way. He's foolish for even saying it. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's true. That's the best way to put it. Black community, huh? What is that wigger doing there? I have no idea. He looks very weird. I.e., you can't completely remove all GD behavior. What's GD behavior? Gold digging behavior. Got you. Well, why would you want to? Like, I mean, they understand it's a simple transaction. I think men should have some type of motivation towards financial gain to help the community become more competitive. Um, the community includes men, women, and child. If all three members of the triad isn't working towards the goal of advancement, then I don't really see why bother, to be perfectly honest. And unfortunately, the female branch of the community, even though they boast that they don't want to see the community advance. Why? Because our community is united by poverty and struggle. They want to keep the struggle going so there's cohesion. You see, the black community is in a very unique situation, unlike any other community, particularly the Asian community and the Latino community. We're in a very unique situation. Black women have come to understand that black men are attractive even when broke, even when coming from a dysfunctional community. If we actually had a functional community, we would be that much more attractive. They feel that if the community ever advances, then they will be further down in the competition that they have between other groups of women. Um, in fact, the only thing that keeps white woman's mouth off of many black men's penis is that we come from a very dysfunctional community. All right. The guys paying are not the ones complaining. Paying for which? Paying for the dancer or paying for the paying to look at the box or paying to open the box? All right. My thing is, guys aren't even paying for pretty women and pucking up the whole game. Once again, are we talking about guys who are paying for um, um, to open the box or guys who are paying to look at the box? Well, either way, I get what you're saying, and I don't get the mentality. If it's the same $20, then why not get the prettiest one that you can afford? I do think that anything less is really just taking women out of their place and giving a misunderstanding of the natural order of things and a misunderstanding of their own value, because you send a clear message. You're sending that a woman needs to only have a vagina and pretty doesn't matter. I would make it clear that, and I do make this clear in my dealings, that you are a lesser woman. Your value is based on your attraction. you are a lesser woman. You should either lower your prices or leave the industry altogether. No country for ugly pros. That's the way I look at that. Sister, stop spending your money on bad wigs. Yeah. Avoid mercenary forces. They always turn on you after the battle. Well, sometimes circumstances require mercenary force. And I know that you're quoting Machiavelli. And sometimes circumstances require that. However, you have to make sure that they actually do their job. They turn on you when they find it in their financial best interest to do so. Okay, I'll put it like this. Don't expect loyalty from mercenary forces because they're fighting for a different reason. Don't expect loyalty from a gold digger or a pro. This whole, they're for the community, they're loyal to the community. No, they're not. They're loyal to their paymaster. All right, I read that one. Let's see. Those chicks will give away for a glass of clean water, which is also why I couldn't date or marry a third worlder. Okay, fair enough. I think the reason why it's important to compartmentalize here in the U.S., meaning that a gold digger is a gold digger, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think the reason why it's more important to do that is because a woman can have your wealth without you in this country, meaning that she could just divorce you and take the money. If that were not true, men would probably be more comfortable with, hey, I'm rich, you're pretty, let's get married. As long as he knows that, listen, if you ever decide to void the contract, then you'll be broke and I'll still be rich. You'll be older and less pretty and I'll still be rich. Like, that would be the case. I don't really know, how that works in other countries, to be honest with you. But I'm not particularly turned off by a woman's poverty. Let's start there. And it's probably because I grew up impoverished. If you want to stand on a corner, at least be a street vendor. Well, there's no market for there's only a market for box, and there's really not much of a market for that anymore. Yeah, I mean, they might as well sell lemonade. You're right. Exactly. When single, I never give a third worlder the time of day. At best, her snatch is clean, and I can get it from the first world woman. I don't really make the distinction between which world a woman comes from. I mean, I get that there are certain physical advantages for women who come from the first world, meaning that they're more likely to have worn braces growing up and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't really care because isn't Tila, who can get it, isn't she third worlder, or at least I guess South Africa could be considered a third world country with a first world economy right now. But nevertheless, she grew up very poor. I would not kick her out of my bed or my life. So I don't really. That's not a determining factor, even though the residual side effects may determine things. But I don't really do that. Sterling's side chick is paid less than his chef, gardener, plumber. I would assume so. Yes. Listen, it's not far-fetched to assume. I'm not gonna tell you. How can I tell you the story without giving too much details? So there exists a woman who I knew personally who ventured into the from San Francisco, white girl, who was looking for a sugar daddy. She was a college student, and a series of circumstances required that she have money. She found one of these quote unquote master of the universe type white dudes, and he made an offer. Now, keep in mind that this was in the early 2000s. His offer was her own apartment, access to a car that he owns, and an additional $2,500 a month. In exchange for that, he would have access to her, not to exceed 3 times a week. So if you just minus the car, because the car is his, she's just using it. But if you minus the car, what he is offering her is $5,000 a month. Now, I want to remind you that this is San Francisco. So if he has a gardener or a chef or anything like that, or a secretary, he would be paying that person over $60,000 a year. Because once again, this is San Francisco. So that's where I'm getting that figure from. She didn't take the offer, but still. Probably she's servicing. Well, yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I didn't even think about this at the time. But yeah, if he has access 3 times a week and not all day, those 3 instances a week, then yeah, she probably can. In fact, she definitely can. Just she has to schedule cleverly. Facts. Bottoms basically mold peace. Absolutely. Women all dress the same and act the same because all the women they look up to are pros. Yeah. I mean, she's putting it on the men. Like, yeah.
Us is the only thing you have to offer. And let's be honest, some of y'all are not dating women you actually respect. You're lusting. That's answers. The Bible says in Proverbs 4:23, guard your heart with all diligence, not your wallet open with no standards. And this applies spiritually too. What you entertain, fund, praise, and normalize grows.
There is no moral fiber to govern a.
Okay, I've given my commentary, so I'm gonna focus less on his, and give him a shout out. Shout out to Book of Alpharonomy. Subscribe if you like. I really can't stand when women call you leaders and tell you how to lead. It really just gets under my skin. Which is what she was doing. You guys are the leaders. You shouldn't be. Wait, did you just call us a leader and then tell us what to do? As opposed to telling the women not to hoe. So yeah, that's a trick that they like to play. You're gonna see a lot of that in the clip that I'm about to share. Once again, hit the like button. Okay, it's only 11. All right, I got to be somewhere at 2. So y'all make sure I don't do this too long. Multiple street women have tried to bring me money. I never accepted $1 because I knew the stipulations. Okay. Now, a little backstory on this. When I was here, Melissa was in the chat room, And she's someone who frequents my chat room, and she was saying I should go up, so I went up for that reason. Really don't know what was going on, but I just went up. But it actually took me a while because I was getting dinner. I was cooking. But I went up and let's see what happened.
Don't tip people, don't give people a reason. So they have this culture of they're gonna blame the victim. So a lot of the times when these things happen to these men, they're like, well, if you wouldn't have been out here indulging in that type of activity.
By the way, the woman here who likes to do videos in her sports bra or bikini top, she's a former exotic dancer or stripper or whatever you want to call it. And she currently lives in Dominican. She went to Colombia. So apparently she is, or at least some people believe that she is following passport bros around. I have my theories that I'm going to share on that. The short answer is yes, I do believe that that's what she's doing. I believe that that's what she's doing because she said in a previous video that men don't. Okay, well, put it like this. She implied that quality men are leaving the U.S. and doing for foreign women what they refuse to do for local women. It's not a far-fetched idea that a woman would just say, okay, if all of the money is going to Colombia, Dominican, and stuff like that, then I'm going to follow. Especially if she meets the local aesthetic, which she does. If I seen her in Colombia, I wouldn't have a reason to believe that she wasn't Colombian. So a guy approaches a Colombian girl, with his wallet out and says, and he's talking to her on a translator, and then he hears her English, and next thing you know, he's going to be more interested. So it would make sense that that's what she's doing.
Your network is bad, Queen. Yeah, I think our network is bad.
So let me finish your sentence. So if you wasn't here behaving in that activity, then there will be no
I'm
need
sorry, guys.
to
What
commit.
were y'all saying?
I was finishing your sentence, but go ahead.
No, I was saying I feel like a fair exchange is no robbery. So I've never said or been the type of person that's like, oh, y'all deserve for this to happen to y'all just because y'all were doing a paper play, the men who did it. But it's not about what I think. Unfortunately, it's like, especially in Colombia, the locals be kind of happy when they see that stuff happen. They be like, good, serves them right, So yeah, that's the reality of what you're gonna deal with if you go to Medellin and something like that happens. Nobody's gonna have empathy for you.
But see, but that's the thing. Like, mind you, I done been to I've been all over Colombia. Colombia. I ain't been to Cali yet, and I ain't been to Bogota, right? But but like I said, I've never been in those P for P environments like that. You know what I mean? I walked around. You know what I mean? Parquettes and some other little spots and shit like that. But I ain't never really engaged in shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, like if you out anywhere, you know what I'm saying, and you're not really paying attention to what you're doing or who you're dealing with, yeah, you can expect that. Like, yo, they like, do you understand that per hour, a couple of hours of what you work may be their paycheck? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, they hungry out there like that. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not really paying attention, yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen every time. You know, people gonna see a lick and they gonna take advantage of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the situation has become so toxic that there are people who are this is happening to when they weren't doing pay for play. You know, they might have just been vibing with a chick at a bar,
Right.
a
Right.
person who they thought was a regular girl.
Okay, I'm thinking that they're talking about scopolamine and stuff like that. Really? Okay. I mean, we're gonna get to the part where I speak pretty soon.
Girl, or you know, he don't even have to have gotten on Tinder. It's a lot of dudes that's out here. This is happening when they're meeting girls at bars, but like as soon as it happens, they're gonna run with the narrative that you was doing pay for play, and they're not gonna care, or they're gonna figure out a way to say it was your fault.
Right.
You're not getting any empathy.
Would you raise a family?
Okay, so one thing you should know about her is that she's going to passively downplay Colombia and caution guys from Colombia, like, yeah, they'll rob you and, they don't care. There's no empathy. Listen, they will divorce you and take your crap and not have any empathy here. Let's not pretend like the locals is better.
And places, would you raise a family in like the DR?
Oh yeah, and Colombia too.
Okay.
And Colombia too. Colombia, I actually, and that's why I say we should be showing other parts, especially if the men in the movement are saying, hey, it's better to raise a family in Colombia. I would not disagree with that assessment, because Colombian people, first of all, they like kids more. In the United States, they expect kids to be quiet, shut up, and kids are just kind of like a necessary like inconvenience. That's how they're treated. In Colombia, for example, you can go to a really nice steakhouse in Colombia and they'll have a kids play area. It's just assumed that you're bringing your kids to the nice playhouse. Like they'll have a play area. They might have some llamas or something. And it's very cheap to put your kids in activities. So for example, if you have a kid that's playing soccer, club soccer, you're gonna spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars.
By the way, another thing you guys should know is that she's a single mother of a girl. I think her daughter's like 10, which means that she is taking care of a little girl who no longer lives in the same country as the father. I don't know how she was able to pull that off, but she did. So, basically somebody's never seen his daughter again. I don't know if he ever wanted to see her. I don't know like anything about her baby daddy situation, but yeah, that's what's going on.
Every month for them to play that sport. In Colombia, it's like my daughter was in the best soccer team in Envigado, and I was paying $9 a month, and I think her uniform wasn't even $30.
That's pretty nice.
So it's like very cheap to put your kids in activities. They like kids. People are always like watching your kids, too, like to make sure, your kids aren't getting into anything that could harm them. Not necessarily because like they want to they think they're in the way, You could realistically, if you wanted to have a wife and 2 kids, you could do it on between $3,500 and $5K a month in Colombia.
The $60K a year max.
Yeah,
I don't think you need that.
Living to the standards us Americans like to live. Colombians can do it for cheaper.
Yeah, I heard. I mean, from a couple of friends of mine, man, I heard the same thing about Mexico. It's chill out there as well. And I think, like for me, for the most part, from what I see, when you get aside of the areas that that are for the P for P, You know what I mean? It's very nice, very chill, very cool environments, man. You know what I mean? Especially to raise a family around.
I don't think I will raise any kids in Mexico.
Yeah, I went
I
to
know.
Puerto. Sorry to cut you off. I went to.
Okay. Yeah, this is getting boring. So here, maybe some of your comments. Let's see. GC Gate 1 foot in the game. What do you mean? Well, okay. So really, first world. The definition of first world that I was taught to believe was that a first world country is a country that won World War II. A second world country is a country that lost World War II. And a third world country is a country that didn't participate in World War II. Now, these countries are, tiered accordingly. If you won World War II, then chances are your economy was going to reflect that. If you lost, your economy is going to reflect that as well, like Japan and Germany. Um, and if you didn't participate, it's probably because in the 1940s you couldn't afford to participate back then, and you would be considered third world because you didn't have an army when the world was at war. So there's that. That was the definitions, but because of the way people used it, I think it shifted, and I think that it really just means that if you're rich, you're first world. If you're somewhat rich, you're second world, and if your country is developing, then it's third world. I think that's the new definition. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna fast forward this a bit.
Puerto. I was on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna lie. I think you would need to have to be able to get up and go though in Mexico. I would do Mexico City. I've never been, but I hear nothing but good things. Being that it's like a super super large city, but Mexico is just too.
It's Sude cartel a different animal. It's not like Colombian cartel is more classy. Like Mexican cartel is like it's a different level. They'll go slaughter a whole village like it's nothing. Like they have so many just mass graves of people that they unnecessary. They rap violence. The Mexican cartel do it for the love of the game.
You know what I mean? And I was out there for about almost a good year. And it is that the Mexican cartels, they not really out there, just trying to hit up every tourist or, mark murders out, you know what I mean, for nothing. A lot of the times it's politicized. You know what I mean? They going out there they doing shit for a political reason. You know what I'm saying? So like if there's people out, mind you, they don't want to get a bad look amongst the communities that they're within. You dig what I'm saying? Because they have to play catch and throw with the government. You dig what I'm saying?
I don't know what this man is saying.
It's not like that. I promise. Money too.
Own eyes and like, I'm like, bro, that shit is that's terror. Like that's pure terror. And I get it. Like it's some parts of Mexico where you might be able to go to in like shows, like it's not even close. And
I want y'all to notice how I'm not really speaking on topics that I don't have an opinion on. So I didn't go up there to start any crap. They're talking about Mexico. I've never been, so I really don't have any contribution. So I sit quietly.
I forgot. I lost my thought. No. I knew what I was gonna say. Oh, a lot of people don't know this too. In Mexico, they do not like immigration. I know y'all think they do because they be in the United States marching because they want to be able to stay in the United States. But when you cross the border, it's a different story. They don't like immigration. They set it off over illegal immigrations. And they're not just protesting. They will I've seen it where the police had to protect some illegal, they will set it off over bashed up bus. it's a different kind of beast. I don't know.
My point being is that, you know, when you go anywhere, right? When you go anywhere, you just got to know how to respect the the law of the land. You know what I'm saying? Like, and move strategically enough to where, okay, boom, okay, I see this, I see that, I know what to do and what not to do. You know?
Yeah, facts. Facts. Okay, so we have Game Changer and Pharaoh on the channel now.
How you doing, Mariah? And the rest
I want to say something. Fair, you go first, Game Changer. What did you come up here to say?
I think I stepped away for this part.
Are you there?
Because remember, I told you I was eating. So I think.
Okay, Pharaoh. Hi, good to meet you. What's going on?
Hey, pleasure to meet you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Yeah, I think I joined in the panel. I mean, in the conversation when you guys were talking about people going to Colombia for having families and stuff like that, but we already know that's not the truth. Because I mean, I've been living in Colombia for like maybe 2 to 3 years. I've been to all the major cities besides Bucaramanga. That's the only city I haven't been to that's major. And we already know what it is, man. I don't know why we're doing all the cap, and I don't know why we're making up all these situations that none of us in the panel are in. But nobody's going out there for that. And Colombia is not the place where we want to build a family yet. Anyways, they don't want us to build a family.
Pharaoh. That's not true, Pharaoh. So this is why I'm gonna tell you this. This is why I say the ones that are coming down there. Let me tell you something. In Colombia, I'm in a parents group now on WhatsApp. There's over 400 parents. In Colombia, there are American families.
I don't know if she's in Colombia or Dominican because she's talking like, I don't know. It's weird, but nevertheless, somebody said something in her chat. I don't know how to pronounce what the name was. Paid her $100 to prevent you from ever going on the panel. GC, he said to Mariah. From now on, you don't let anyone on the panel unless they cam up. Okay. I didn't know it was like a permanent thing. It's really like a non-starter with me. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about that guy and a lot of hate that I get in this space in general. I get a lot of hate. Like almost everywhere I go, I get hate. More so than your typical YouTuber. And it comes from a very particular type of guy. So I had past dealings with some of the women in this space, most of which have been friendly and not intimate. Let's start there. And then there was the intimate ones. I'm not proud to say. And then well, okay. A lot of guys look at just general non-intimate interactions with a woman as a threat to their likelihood of fucking her. And they become competitive and therefore hostile. And I'll give an example I felt this like a lot here in this space. I'm like, what's going on? These guys are acting very weird. There was an incident, and it's still on my channel, where, hold on, let me see. There was an incident, and it's still on my channel, where I had this woman on, and then some YouTuber, a bearded guy, came up talking about, why are you talking to these bras? You know, you need to like not talk to these women, and you know, a brother just got shot in the face, and you talking about feminine Fridays, and a brother just got shot in the face. I'm like, well, tomorrow is gonna have shot in the face Saturday. Like, so I was like, what is it? Why is this dude so against me interviewing a woman that I've never seen in person, a woman that and this was years ago, that I never touched and never will touch. Why is this nigga jealous just on the conversation that I'm having with her? Um, and and then I noticed it again in my dealings with later Jessica X, and then Melody. Um, they just get, and then Chantel. They just get like, and these are women that are not. These are just you know um, women whose personality I can embrace, and that's the beginning and end of it. It's not. There's no reason to be jealous, and if you want to shoot your shot, then by all means. Some of them are or were single at the time. So, but nevertheless, the hate is the same, and you can see it in the chat room of interactions like this. These guys obviously have a fantasy crush on this Mariah woman, who's really not even my type. But when they see me interacting with her, they become extraordinarily defensive, and that's why they do stuff like pay to eliminate them. Basically, this is just them competing for competition. Now, what's interesting about Mariah is that she knows that. She knows that these guys are here for the possibility of her box. And she is playing on that. Like, keep in mind that she is a former stripper. She knows that the guys who are at the club are there for the possibility and the proximity of her box. She knows that, and she's a professional at playing on that. And that's why she's there. She plays with her hair every 3 seconds, and she is in a bra. I mean, that's not like, come on. Yeah, like they're there to hear her talk about parent-teacher Zoom meetings in Colombia. Anyway, yeah, it was so much hate in the room. It's ridiculous.
Who have relocated, people who have relocated to Colombia with their families, and they have a very tight-knit, very active parents group. The thing is, the parents are not on social media. I'm like one of the only ones. And when I tell them I do it, they be like, oh, that's interesting. They're kind of like a little bit like, a little bit, I don't know. But there are a lot of parents, and most of them, either one parent works. So, for example, I have a friend, she pays all the bills, and her husband takes care of the kids, and she's a therapist. You'd be surprised that dynamic where there's like women paying the bills and their husband either makes retirement money or whatever. And they're not Colombian husbands, like their husbands from the US and everywhere else. So no, there are a lot of American families and families all around the world that are relocating to Colombia to raise their children. It's a lot.
My bad. Let me correct myself. I mean, the people that's getting online doing it. I mean, you might be inside of empty communities. I've seen the family groups and stuff like that as well. I'm saying the people that go online, like the Corny Hubs, the Austin Hollanders, all those type of groups. None of the people that's going out there are showing the types of things you can do, the activities you can go on, the Guatape's, the San Andres Islands type stuff that you do, that regular people do for fun. It's pretty much all the promotion of something you already know.
This guy is virtue signaling. Keep in mind, I didn't see or hear this part. I was cooking, so that's why when she called my name, I was away.
Yeah, but see, if I say that I'm wrong, then I'm paid.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Queen.
Did somebody just call her Queen?
No, I was just saying. Now you spoke the truth. That's majority of the ones that are online are not going to find a traditional wife and build a family. They're just not. But when I say that, I'm wrong, right? And that's what I'm telling y'all. Those are the ones who are casting a bad light on our culture. Because let's be very clear. I say this all the time. Doing pay for play is not a cultural norm of African American people. It's not. We make fun of that.
Okay. I should have corrected her right then and there, but I didn't even get that part when she said doing paper play is not a cultural norm of African American people. It's definitely a cultural norm of African American women. If you go to any place, any strip, like let's say East 14th in Oakland, and you just drive down and you do like a percentage calculation of what's the ethnicity of the working girls, it will be disproportionately higher black. Disproportionately higher black. I know that y'all saying that Oakland is a semi-chocolate city. I get that part, but the same is true if you were to go to San Francisco. Pretty much everywhere box is sold, you're going to have a higher amount of black box being sold than any other. So let's not pretend like the paper play is not a cultural thing on the woman's side. On the men's side, they like, oh no, I ain't tricking. I ain't gotta pay. That's something different. But yeah, just want to make that distinction. Someone say yes, he did say queen. Those are simps. Well, something strange is going on, and I'm not gonna put it on all of them, especially this brother right here in the top middle. But there's a lot of things that guys do to get a little bit closer to box, or to not be certain that they're not going to get boxes. And and women know that you're doing this, and they know that you're not any closer than you was had you not do this. One would be tipping. If your waitress is pretty and you like her box, you'll tip a little bit extra. Like that's why if you have a restaurant and you have like a male server and a female server, an attractive female server, she will get more money than the male server, and she will get more money than a lesser attractive female server. Why? It's not because she's better at bringing food to the table. It's because the men will pay a little bit extra to get that inch or centimeter or millimeter closer to that box. They're willing to pay the extra, 10%. And that's the sad reality of it, and this is no different. Like, they like, okay, I'm going to, they feel close to her box.
In the United States, right? Now, but if you go to Colombia, if I was a Colombian, I never met black people from the United States, and I just went to parqueyeras, I would think that is a cultural norm of African American males, and it's not. It's not something that
I've been there, and it wasn't many brothers there. It was more non-brothers and non-American white dudes than anything that I seen there. Like it's yeah. So what it tells me that she was there looking for brothers.
it's uplifted or glorified on the mainland. But because of this behavior,
the reason for that, because it's legal in the States, and that it's kind of like
it's not just because it's illegal.
Come on, if it was legal,
black men do a lot of illegal stuff. What do you mean, like black men? Hold on, if black men, it's not about it being legal or illegal. Just as a cultural norm, it's just not seen as cool to do paper play amongst black men. It don't have nothing to do with it.
And she likes it like that. Somebody said, I hate it when she says males. Yes, I love it because it really reveals, who she talks to when she's not talking to people who are trying to get her box. She's talking to feminists who don't, she's basically letting it slip. Like, I do not respect, I put you in the same category as boys, even though we're talking about places in the world that don't even allow boys. That place in Colombia she referred to, they have cops checking IDs, international IDs, before they can enter the park. How do I know? Because, well, for one, they asked for my ID, but for two, my friend left his, and he's in his 40s, and they wasn't going to let him in, which, I thought that was a little odd. But yeah, I do know that that's how that happens.
It's just not black men. Most black men in the United States would prefer to pull a chick on their own.
I mean,
I think that should change. Though I agree that it's true, I do think that should change as a cultural norm. I think that is one of the things that hold black men back. Now, she goes on the defensive immediately after I said this. And the reason why is because I mentioned change. Black women don't want black men to change. Black men has been groomed to be the perfect lick. And any change in culture is going to interrupt this perfect lick that they have been grooming for the past 40 plus years. Okay, y'all not hearing me. What do I mean when I say perfect lick? We're loyal. We're ethnically loyal. We, what's the other thing? We don't buy box. We don't travel for box. And we don't receive box from other communities. For the most part. That is what they've been grooming us towards. What does that mean? The only source of box that we have is to beg them for it. They have been working on that for years. Everything that they do is to try to convince us not to get box from outside sources. Everything! Ever notice that everything that's not cool in the black community for men involves getting box from somewhere else? It's one of those things that make you go, everything. I know you're not gonna mess with them white women. I know you ain't gonna travel. I know you ain't gonna pay. So a lot of black men are stuck. They're like, the only cool way to get box is to gain Keisha. There's nothing cool about getting box from a fat ass bitch in any other community. Every other community would rather fuck an alien before they fuck a fat bitch. And I'm not joking. So I know I would. I would fuck the shit out of a Twi'lek. I would fuck the shit out of one of those blue bitches from Avatar. I would lift that tail up and go to work. I would fuck that half orc bitch from Warcraft. What else would I fuck? I fuck a Vulcan. I fuck an Orion slave girl. There are so many things I would fuck, and other groups of men understand this. That I would fuck before I fuck a fat bitch. But black men have been taught that fucking a fat black woman is better than paying for an attractive woman, black or otherwise. It's better than getting some in Dominican, black or otherwise. It's better than getting with Becky with the good hair. And they fell for it. Yeah, Gamora from Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, she could get it too. Seven and Nine could get it too. Unless she got like all kind of metal shit going on underneath that, in her pussy. She'd get it too. Even though she's not an alien, she's human, but still, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Klingons look like shit. Ferengis look like shit. But yeah.
Yeah, I sort of agree with sort of what GameChanger getting at, simply because it's not the same dating market anymore. It's very simple for everyone.
The woman asks for money and everything in their transactions, so why don't? So come on.
And then furthermore, monetization of sexuality is like rampant. Like
she is fuming. She's fuming because I brought up a point that we should go into a different cultural direction. You see, once brothers start buying box, then it becomes a commodity. It's not this thing that they can leverage and hold over your head like that. It's just something that they could get for $40 anytime they want. See, she feels herself losing power. So watch her reaction. Yeah.
Instagram, Twitter, all that is literally a gateway to folks only and everything. So there is discussion to be had that there shouldn't be, because we are the only culture that like tricking is a big no-no. Yeah. But for other cultures, they don't even have a word for tricks. They just think that it's
normal. Not a pejorative. It's not an insult. Yeah,
exactly. They like understand that beautiful women are well sought after, and at times they sell it.
Well, what happens with brothers who have that belief, that look at tricking as a pejorative and they avoid it at all costs? What they wind up doing is they wind up paying more for possibility and proximity, meaning that they pay women on dates, fruitless dates that go nowhere. They fly women in that say that they're on their period once they land. Like stuff like that. They're paying for possibility and proximity. I mean, Mariah, she's an exotic dancer. She mentioned that brothers are there, but they're paying for proximity to it, not actually having it. When in many cases, she is fuming. She is fuming. She is fuming at these facts that are being spat. They're being spat. She is fuming. Quote unquote, make it rain. They are paying more than the cost of the actual act. So, I mean, and just so they could say that they don't pay for it. I think that that's a little asinine, and I think that brother should really rethink that part of it.
But I think the strip club is a different, like the strip club, I don't think you can really use that as an example. Because the strip club is just an American pastime. That's just something.
Okay. It's my understanding that a strip club is more of a Black American pastime in the South, but more so this. Brothels are an American pastime. I used to watch Westerns with my granddad, and the saloon was a bar/brothel. In fact, in almost every Western I've seen, the women would be on the second story of the saloon, and they have like those old burlesque type dresses on, and they were really like background to the thing. And then and at the bottom was the bar. That is really more of the American pastime than a strip club. In fact, one would even suggest that, it's a relatively new concept. Like, we're going to pay the women to dress like hoes and not sleep with anyone. Kevin says, do they have strip clubs in other countries? Yes. Um, like I say, in the Philippines, I don't know if you would call that a strip club. They're called go-go bars. But one thing is clear: you can sleep with the girls. I do think that the whole mentality of pay to look is very weird and American. But we do like I've never been to a gun show, but you know, if guys are going to these shows to look at guns, that is very weird. Now, granted, they can eventually shoot the guns, and so I get it, but don't say it's American pastime because that seems like some new shit. That's some new shit.
That people do in the South. Are there men? Here's the thing, and let me break this down for y'all a little bit. I used to work on a strip club that was like what would be considered the blade. And what do I mean by that?
Okay, right? I'm not gonna tell y'all what I was thinking when she said that, all of like that sentence. But I want y'all to imagine what I was thinking when she said that she used to work at a strip club on the blade. I want y'all to imagine what I was thinking. Oh, somebody said you buy guns at a gun show. Okay, so yeah, now it makes sense. I'm like, are these niggas going to look at? That's what I was thinking. Like, what the hell?
Literally right outside a strip club, there would be prostitutes walking back and forth, right? So like these men were coming to the strip club for prostitution, they could just go get a prostitute, right? There are a lot of American men who go, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not disagreeing. There are a lot of men who, and not just men, women who go to the strip club in the United States, not necessarily because they're looking for sex. Now, are there some that do that? Yes, and to them, I'm like, just go pay the prostitute. Why are you coming in here with that, right? But the majority, I would say the majority of the people that go to a strip club are going there for the experience, to throw the money, to take the videos, to pop the bottles, to listen to the music. So I would say that more so depends on the person. People,
Well, I understand that, but since we're talking about cultural changes,
you're right, Mariah.
I do
because
think
like normal time, like when I go,
brother,
like when I go to the strip
if we're talking about cultural changes,
wait. Born ready first, and
I didn't know that my mic is that bad when trying to talk at the same time as somebody.
then GameChanger. Go ahead.
My bad. Yo, yeah, nah, you hit the nail on the head because like when I go to a strip club, right? I know I'm not caught up under the illusion that when I throw money at a woman, that's automatically smash time afterwards. No, when I go there, you know what I mean. I like to see a woman, shake it and look and so forth, and that's I'm getting the service that I'm paying for, right? Or I'm getting what I'm at.
So he's what I'm talking about. And I think he comes around towards the end of the conversation, but he is exactly what I'm talking about. Because this is the same guy who earlier was saying that, he went to Parker, I forget the name in Colombia, but I've been there. I truly forget the name. But that place is basically like an open park with a lot of bars, hookah lounges, restaurants and stuff, and street vendors and working girls. Um, and of course, that's the most popular attraction amongst men, at least. Um, so he says that he's been there, but he didn't partake. I don't partake, And now he's saying that he enjoys the ambiance of a strip club. I paid to this, and this, and throw money in the air and stuff like that. And so this is why I make this show, because I think that he's trying to, and maybe he's lying, but he's trying to really just fit into this niche that black men are in, and that is you basically what the culture that he has clearly states is it's okay to give them money, but it's wrong to ask for box for said money. That is the weirdest thing ever. But it's a perfect it's a perfect lick for black women. It is the perfect lick. A group of men who believe in giving women money and not asking for sex is a perfect lick for them. And she's seen it slipping when I brought up what I was saying. Like, yeah, you should get more for your money, is essentially what I'm getting at.
Asking for you dig what I'm saying? So yeah, nah, none of that. I mean, it's different, like you said, and like outside of the club, you had the random pros walking here and there, boom. So you already know what you got. You already know what it is. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I don't necessarily view that as the same as a man trying to pay for it by proximity. Even then, game changer, and then I'm gonna let you speak after me. It comes down to what you value. If you just see relationships with women as simply like
Why does she say relationships with women? Why, when we're talking about strippers and prostitutes, she said relationships with women? I want y'all to peep, because once again, they're selling the possibility. She's like, if you see relationships with women, meaning like, you're not, when you buy a hoe, you understand that this is an impossibility of a relationship. When you pay a stripper, you are understanding that there is a possibility of relationship. That's the difference. That's what she leans on. She leans on guys paying for the possibility of relationship. If you look at the movie Players Club, and Diamond, played by the woman who looks like trash now but used to be very beautiful, Lisa Ray. She had a boyfriend in the beginning. The boyfriend's name was Lance. So one scene, they had an argument about him trying to get her to stop working at the strip club. That it's a dirty place or something like that. And then she responded with, was it a dirty place when I met you there? So apparently he was a customer turned boyfriend. The guys who are paying for that. Then she had that one dude, Melvin, I think his name was, who followed her home, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He could have found an equally attractive woman and just paid her once to satiate his fantasy. But what he wanted was a ongoing sexual relationship with Diamond. And he thought that, if she get to know him through a series of lap dances, then she would actually, be enamored by his personality. And, they all live happily ever after. That's the fantasy. The possibility is what A lot of these women are selling. That's why she just said relationship. Hit the like button. And thank you, Suave, for the 5. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Oh, wow, another one. Okay. Um, Ish blocking all of my super chats. Really? I got it. But I appreciate it. So right now she's just she went from stripping to relationship. So because she knows that that fantasy is what's being sold.
A means to an end for you to get sex, then I can see your point and like, okay, well, your money and it's coming out fruitless. But there are a lot of men who will just they were gonna spend the money anyway, have a good time. They just rather be in the company of women. So it's like, okay, let's go on a date. And they don't necessarily care if they sleep with you.
It's amazing how she just brought up dating. You want to know why she brought up dating like that? Because it's one and the same. It's one and the same. It's the same hustle. Dating and stripping is the same thing. You're paying for proximity, and in the form of stripping, you're paying for proximity or possibility. Proximity or possibility, those are interchangeable. She understands this. I'm pretty sure she's dated guys that she has no interest in. And of course, she takes money as a stripper from guys that she has no interest in. She understands that. That's why she just jumped from stripping to dating.
You afterwards. Those be the men that eventually get it, Or there are men who, again, they value.
Wait. Hold on. Did she just say what I think she said? Hold on. I was reading. I was going to thank Tim Howard for the 5, and I definitely am. I appreciate you. If you are a recipient, definitely send the thanks to Tim on that. But did she just say what I think she said? Let me see.
But there are a lot of men who will just they were gonna spend the money anyway, having a good time. They just rather be in the company of women. So it's like, okay, let's go on a date. And they don't necessarily care if they sleep with you afterwards. Those be the men that eventually get it, Or
Yes. So once again, it's amazing. It's amazing. Wow. It's amazing how obvious it is, at least to me. And unless you're blind, and probably because she's not my type, but unless you're blinded by light skin and having titties, unless you're blinded by that, you're not going to get exactly what was being said. She just said, and she's constantly doing this. I watch her show from time to time. I don't know how she got on my algorithm, but ever since then, she just kept popping up. And it's always, this is how you get pussy. There's always this implying like, hey, if you do this, this is how the men get it. And she just kind of threw in, and I'm going to rewind that again. She just kind of threw in now that the best way to get box is to give me money and not ask for it. Ball. 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 Okay. Yeah. That'll work. And if it don't work, then you just keep giving it. Ball. Ball. The ones who get it are the men who give money and not ask for it. Are the men who give money without intentions on getting it. Ah, okay.
And it's coming out fruitless. But there are a lot of men who will just they were gonna spend the money anyway, having a good time. They just rather be in the company of women. So it's like, okay, let's go on a date. And they don't necessarily care if they sleep with you afterwards. Those be the men.
Yeah. Date women that you don't care if you sleep with or not is the okay.
And that eventually get it, you know.
You see how she's trying to train her audience? To spend money without sexual intention, those are the ones who you'll eventually get it. Oh crap. Okay. She's been doing this her whole damn life, her whole light skin life. This is funny.
Or there are men who, again, they value other things.
And I had to chime in and say no, they don't. No, they don't eventually get it. She just like pretended like the friend zone don't exist. The friend zone don't exist. You know, the best way to get it is to give and not require it. Wow.
What I will say is this. If a woman, if you can tell, this is a mistake that I see a lot of men make, and I've seen it because I know this because I've seen them try to make it with me. A lot of
I've seen them try to make it with me. Translation, you've seen that they were interested in this way, and you still ran their pockets. Okay.
times men will take girls out that clearly don't have an
Yeah, you've seen it with you. They took you out.
interest in them. It's
Now, you let guys that you clearly have no interest in take you out. You were running their pockets. And you made it clear with your expressions, with your body language, with your demeanor, you made it clear that the guy whose pocket you were running, you have no interest in. Let's see where we're going to go with this.
just women, a lot of women, and I don't agree with this at all. They will have food dudes and stuff like that. But if you ask a girl out,
yeah, and she's different, of course.
And she not excited to go out with you, she not excited to be in your energy, then don't take her out or don't keep going out with her. Like that's just
translation. When guys take me out and I'm not excited, it's their fault that I run their pockets. You shouldn't have took me out. I wasn't excited. That's the literal translation.
plain and simple. If it don't even seem like it would make sense for her to like you, quit taking these chicks out.
It's your fault for taking me out because I'm out of your league. And I'm out of your league because I'm light-skinned. You knew it didn't make sense. Now, I didn't tell you that it didn't make sense. I just ran your pockets, but that's your fault for thinking that you were in my league, is essentially what she's saying. While telling guys that taking her out without intentions on sleeping with her is the way to sleep with her. Y'all peep the game? Women are making a living. They're making a living off of guys paying for the possibility of sex. It's like, nigga, just pay for it. Jesus.
But a lot of times dudes will take girls out that are clearly out of their league or clearly is
Okay. Why the fuck would that be clear? Why in the fuck Would that be clear? This is madness. So she's admitting that women are taking guys. Oh, by the way, in a previous conversation, she's only attracted to 1% of men. Flat out. She is only physically attracted to 1% of men while these guys are thirsting and fantasizing over this chick. Thinking that they're that 1%. Trust me, nigga, if you were at 1%, you would know it. So basically, the 99% of men who would ask her out, and she would still go out with them even though she has no intentions, it's their fault for not being in her league. What the fuck? Somebody said, "Why isn't that 1% with her now?" Apparently he is. She's dating a local Dominican dude, which is really more psyops in my opinion. But I'm not even going to get into that. One examination of fuckery at a time.
Not showing much interest in them. And then they get upset when it doesn't result in sex. And it's like, bro, you low-key doing that to yourself. Just go based off of.
Yes, you're doing it to yourself. It's your fault for wanting me. Now keep in mind, never forget that she said that the way to have sex with her is to take her out not expecting sex. So she's setting you up for the okie doke. What she's doing now is she's giving the justification, the moral justification that she gives herself for being this type of person.
But girl energy, I'm not advising men just spend a whole bunch of money on women that don't want them. But a lot of that situation be these dudes' fault. Or if a girl keep telling you no, or you had to convince her to go out with you, she don't want you.
Okay.
Can I speak after GameChanger?
Yeah. Or it's up to her. But I'm gonna say this: that a woman can fake energy, and if she's into you, in fact, that's what women who take advantage of men are definitely doing. So don't think that if she shows energy, then there's a possibility. I do think that it is not fiscally responsible to pay to see someone naked and not go all the way. I just don't get it. Like, because if you would have paid a working girl, you would also see her naked. So I don't really understand that particular aspect of Black culture. I think that it's a fiscally responsible element, and I think that it keeps a lot of brothers broke, to be perfectly honest.
But if they have extra money, and that's some people like to spend their money on shoes. Some people like to spend their money.
Okay, holy crap. Only Black people use words like extra money. Try telling that concept to a small hat person. I got some extra money. Nobody has extra money. What the hell is extra money? If you have extra money, you're doing something wrong. There's no such thing as extra money. There's money that should be invested, is what that is. Okay. Once again, this is something that She knows what she's doing is wrong. What we're hearing now is the things that she tells herself. Like, I'm not taking food off of this person's kid's plate. I'm taking his extra money. He has extra money, so I can just take it. Okay. All right.
Money on cars. And it's a lot of men that go to the strip club that don't necessarily. It's for a party. That's the way that they party.
They don't be having
a lot of those men that go to the strip club.
I get it. That also keeps brothers broke. If we're going to list, if we're going to list things that keep brothers broke, you just said it: shoes, rims, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Which is another.
That don't mean that they broke. If they might have, what I'm saying is they might have set aside
but game changers. So if you went to look at it like this, If you went to the Knicks game, right? You paid. I know. I know. You're right.
Let him
but
land
I'm
his
just
plane.
saying. My bad. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is that throwing money in the air for delight is not a fiscally responsible thing. It is the exact opposite, whether you got it or not. Floyd Mayweather was rich. He had it, and now he don't because he does stupid crap like that. I think that if we're going to critique and examine the behavior of Black men spending, a lot of what we spend on, you see, it's very bizarre because we spend a lot of money for proximity and possibility of another word that starts with P. And we never actually spend directly for it. Now, if you take a look at the typical Black man, the stereotypical Black man, he overdresses, meaning that his shoes cost more than his counterparts, his white Asian counterparts, even if they make more. His shoes cost more, his clothes cost more, his jewelry costs more, and typically his car costs more. Everything that's visible to the opposite sex costs more. Where a white dude, he could just walk around with 8-year-old shoes and he still pulls a white woman. We spend way too much to impress women that don't sleep with us, where other dudes just spend money on women that do, mainly their wives. So we really have to reevaluate how we spend our money. She do not like that. She do not like that. She do not like that because she is a recipient. She is a recipient of brothers paying for the possibility of sex. She is an absorber. She just absorbs money. She's doing it right now on this show. She's doing it right now. Like the super chats that are being sent. That's like, okay, I want you to see my name. This chick is in Santo Domingo. She's in Santo Domingo, DR, asking for $950 to go to Sosúa, Dominican Republic, which is like a $28 bus ride. It's not that. That is wild. That is wild. It's like, yeah, I'm light skinned and I want to go to Sosúa. So I need you guys to give me $1,000 so I can take a bus from Santo Domingo to Sosúa. And when I get there, I'm going to be there. Oh, okay. Okay. There are dudes in New York that don't pay $1,000 to go to Sosúa and the hotel. There are dudes in Miami. There are dudes like all over the East Coast that don't pay that much to go to Sosúa. You're actually in Dominican. What the hell? Okay. And all I'm saying is You can either pay for the possibility, like you could give her the $1,000, and hopefully she'll remember your name and fuck you for free, but it wasn't for free because you gave her $1,000, but you tell yourself that you were fucking for free. You can either do that, or you could just go to Sasua and fuck somebody that looked just like her. In fact, I'm doing the math in my head. If you live on the East Coast, you could go to Sasua and fuck about 24 women who look like her for $1,000. So what the fuck? What the fuck is okay?
GameChanger, it's very clear. First of all, let me say this. Some men might go so far as to say that it's not physically responsible to spend money on prostitutes when you can just find a woman that will give it.
My mic is very weak, but she said physically possible. I said fiscally possible. It's really not fiscally logical.
To you for free. So it's like it's not.
Evaluate how we spend our money.
GameChanger, it's very clear. First of all, let me say this. Some men might go so far as to say that it's not physically responsible to spend money on prostitutes when you can just find a woman that will give it to you for free. So it's like this. People spend money on what.
See how she's trying to maintain current Black culture? Because Black men were raised and groomed for about 40 years plus to be this way. They're not going to pluck their golden goose. Black women have convinced Black men to make it rain, which is the stupidest thing ever. That would be the equivalent to paying a landscaper to run the lawnmower over your lawn and not turn it on. He's not actually cutting the grass. He's just rolling the lawnmower over the lawn. That's how stupid that is. Even for the same price, you could pay somebody to actually cut it, but no, you just want to sit and watch somebody put the lawnmower on the lawn and not cut it. That's what dry humping is. Like, that's what they're doing in strip clubs. They're dry humping your thigh. Like, that's, yeah. And then he says, if you're lucky, one day I'll cut it. And then if you're lucky, one day I'll cut it for free.
What they like, what they deem is valuable, and what they have the money to spend. We're not in everybody's finances. And it's like you comparing a situation with white people, white men on the internet complaining about how they can't get white women now either with their New Balance shoes on or with they $20, $30.
Okay, I got a response to this. I want y'all to hear it.
On now. So it's like everybody's having the same.
I'd rather not get women with $20 shoes than not get them with $200 shoes.
Okay, but here's the thing. Black men.
Most of the dudes understand where I'm coming from. At least the two up top do. They understand. He cracked it up. He like, yeah. I mean, like, so Black men are not getting pussy with $200 shoes on, and white men aren't getting it with $20 shoes on. Who's winning? Who has $180 in their pocket that they can use to buy pussy? Who's winning? A white man got $20 shoes and two $90 pussy that he's fucking. A Black man got $200 shoes and ain't fucking shit. Who's winning? Who's winning in that scenario?
general, it don't always got to do with women. A lot of black men, they just like shoes. They just like, they don't, and you have to know the individual. You don't know about people's finances. But again, people spend money on what they want to spend money on. It's a lot of men that go to the strip club, and again, they're not thinking they have access to sex.
Now remember, she was discouraging men from spending money directly on box. She was discouraging that. Now it's like men spend money on what they want to spend money on. I'm saying, like, well, if you're gonna, okay, I'll put it like this, because this is like the simplest form and the easiest way for people. Excuse me, rolling this bag up, but it's the easiest way for people to understand this lunacy. Let's just say $100. You can either spend $100 to watch a woman strip, or you could spend $100 to watch a woman strip, then fuck her. What's the more intelligent choice? What's the more intelligent choice? Like, am I missing something? Somebody said black men buy shoes for black women. That's a very true statement. I had a talk with, years ago, I had a talk with Mr. Fantastic about that very thing. So full disclosure, I didn't start wearing Nikes until recently. The reason I started wearing Nike is because when Colin Kaepernick was doing his thing, and this is how recent it was, you know, when he was doing his knee thing and he was losing sponsorships, the company that stood by him was Nike. So I'm like, all right, you earn my loyalty. You earn my loyalty. But I mean, prior to that, I didn't wear Nikes at all. And when talking to Fantastic about that, he was saying that, yeah, you ain't pulling no girls without the right shoes. I'm like, what the fuck? I have never, as far as I know, actually once, maybe she wasn't gonna fuck me anyway. But as far as I know, outside of that, I have never lost pussy over my shoes. Ever. But that is something that black women would have us believe. And really, what expensive shoes is signaling to black women is that he's willing to pay for the possibility of sex. He bought the shoes for the possibility of sex. He went out and said, I'm going to get these shoes because it will increase my chance of getting boxed. She sees that and says, okay, he pays for a possibility of pussy. I'm going to run this. Now, I don't know what my shoes tell. Like, I don't know what my shoes signal. Right now, I'm wearing Puma sandals. That's what's literally on my feet right now. I don't know what the fuck that signals, but yeah. And white dudes, they're the same way. They're not paying extra for the possibility of sex. They would sooner just buy some pussy, which is the smart thing to do. To buy the shoes for the possibility of getting pussy, why not just buy the pussy? I do not get that. And Tesla wasn't the only one that said something like that. Kuda said it too. And these both, I don't know if Kuda is, but I think Fantastic is. I know he has like a lot of hats, and maybe he feel the same way about that. But I think he has a shoe closet as well. I think he's really on like the shoe thing as well. I have like a shelf that I put my shoes on, and all of my shoes are there. Um, from when I enter the house, I take my shoes off. So that's it. But yeah, you're right. It is about pussy.
So they're not thinking like you. Okay, they're going in there. They might already have what they can call to smash after the strip club. They might be coming in there with their wife. The wife might be waiting at home with them or the girlfriend or whatever. So it's like the way that you're seeing.
Okay. Now she's bringing up straw scenarios. She's bringing up straw scenarios about these ultra players, that got the wife at home that and got two strippers on the lineup. She's bringing that, and this is her way of saying is it's not a bad look. This is her way of saying is when you are at a strip club, you're not tricking. You're actually doing the cool thing.
It, not all men see it because they're not they get access to sex easily. They don't see things the way that you see it. They're not thinking.
You hear this, right? These guys get access to sex easily. So once again, she's trying to paint her customers in a positive light. She wants to keep this gravy train going.
Thinking about all their relationships with women in terms of monetary transaction, because again, they got women that's pouring into cup too, or they got women that's spending money in a relationship too. So it's like they're not gonna have the same mentality as you because their experience is not your experience. You only see relationships.
Notice how she's saying you now. Notice that. Now, keep in mind whether you have, if you are an ultra desirable man, it's still fiscally irresponsible to make it rain in a fucking strip club. It really is. But now she's making it personal. Like you're seeing it, and this is the shaming tactic of you don't get no pussy. Other guys who pay to look at my pussy, they get pussy, but you don't. That's what she. Yeah. Okay.
In terms of transaction, I'm gonna be real game changer. I'm
This is not about
like
no.
most of the relationships with women end in a transaction.
You're personalizing it. So I mean,
let
me just say this. Let me just say this.
Now you still just a quick point. Game changer.
Pay for play. So we're really
okay. That's cool. But game changer. That's cool, bro. But look, you made the point earlier. Hold up. Let me add on. You made the point earlier, and like in comparison to the strip club versus paying P for P, right? It's just like if you go to a Knicks game or whatever, you expecting them to win. You paid your money because you wanted to see them win. But what if they lose? Okay, so I mean, it's the same thing. Like if you go into a strip club, you don't expect to get you don't expect.
Okay. He's stupid. When you go to a Knicks game, you're paying for them to win. I haven't been to a Knicks game ever in my life, unless at some point in my childhood, the Knicks played the A's, and my father dragged me there because baseball is boring as fuck to me. Um, all of them, like football, basketball, and baseball is boring as fuck to me. But baseball is the worst. Baseball was the absolute worst. Um, so maybe I've been to a Knicks game and I just don't remember. Nevertheless, holy crap. I do know that the people there aren't paying to win. They're paying to see the fucking game. You're paying for the Knicks to win. But if they lose, it's okay. And this really just shows the mentality that he has. Like, you're gambling. You're paying for a box, but if you don't get it, it's okay. Why not just pay for the fucking box? Why in the hell are you gambling for box? And now I get it if he said if you bet on the Knicks because you're gambling, but it's like, okay, so admit that when you are dating and paying a stripper, you're actually gambling, hoping that you get the box that you see. Now the difference is between what you're doing and say casino gambling is that the person controls the outcome. See, at a casino, let's just say roulette table, that's the one where you spin the wheel and you bid on black or red, and you pick the number, or you pick the number. Imagine playing roulette and somebody controls where the ball lands. The casino controls where the ball lands. You put all your money on black, and then she controls whether it goes red or black. You put your money on black, it goes on red. You put it on red, it goes on black, and she's just sitting there taking your money. And then one day when you are just frustrated and tired of losing, then all of a sudden you get a small win, and then you start playing again. That's the game you're playing. You're playing a rigged casino game.
Get no P out of it. You know what I'm saying? You're just going for the ambience, right?
Nor was
I
that
understand the concept of entertainment. I do.
Okay. Can I add on to what GameChanger was saying?
So people shouldn't pay for entertainment, GameChanger. People shouldn't pay for entertainment.
They shouldn't overpay for it, no. I mean, personally, I think that that's a very crude form of entertainment, but they shouldn't overpay for it, no. I think that it's an asinine endeavor.
Well, what you think is overpaying to you might be chump change to another man. So
they shouldn't even spend that chump change on it, to be perfectly honest, because it's really more of what it is to her. But I won't even go down that avenue. The point is, fellas, is that we're the brokest group, and we're the ones who spend the most on the possibility of box. It's ridiculous, bro. Do better.
Black men.
Okay. The dude above me, he's about to say something weird. I'm just gonna write that off as youth, but he's gonna say something weird. Let's just listen. Hold on.
Optics. I think this is optics.
Out earn white woman for the first
Yeah, we
time.
spend too much on optics.
No, we've been. This is. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but black men as a collective, a monolith, have been actually doing really well in terms of making more money. Like last quarter, we on a weekly median, earnings finally made more money than white women, and it's trending on an upward tick. We out earn white women, black women, Hispanic men and women. The only people that earn more than us are white men in Asian men and women.
Okay. So basically, he just said that um, we now earn more than white women. Are white women buying fucking strippers or hookers? Then you really just like said that to say it. Because I'm talking about the men who are actually spending money on box directly or indirectly. You brought up that we're earning more than a group of women who this really don't pertain to. Now, I guess we earn more than Latino men, but guess what? They're not buying Nikes either. So, what I say still stands, and that is we spend the most on frivolous shit to impress box that is going to open for you. Um, she determined whether she's going to open it or close it in spite of your fucking shoes. I have never, trust me, there has been plenty of times. There have been plenty of times where I didn't get the box, and none of those times had any fucking thing to do with my shoes, my car, or anything. I will say I lost a lot of box from not smoking weed. I will say that. If there's anything about my lifestyle that has lost me box, it is not smoking weed. I could say that definitively, and that has been made clear to me. Um, yeah. But outside of that, niggas is just spending on frivolous shit. Because, like, if you buy a Mercedes, what you're saying is that there exists a group of women who wouldn't have fucked me unless I had a Mercedes. And don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Um, I know that that's true. I know that if I purchase a Mercedes, that I would have access to women that I didn't have access to before. That there would be a uptick in my pussy intake. But guess what? That uptick is not worth the cost of the fucking Mercedes. It's not. Kind of like if a guy, and I'm just throwing numbers out there, if a guy went from fucking 8.5s without a Mercedes and then he gets 8.7s with the Mercedes, was it really fucking worth the cost of a Mercedes at that point? To go from 8.5 to 8.2? Is it really, or excuse me, 8.7? Was it really worth that? Somebody say GC is the first black man to be from Cali and not smoke weed. And you know something? I have lost box over it. Never the shoes, but I lost box over that. Like, it comes off as weird to some women. It comes off as square to other women. But so there's that. But really, it makes them self conscious for smoking weed. They feel like I'm judging them. Um, and it's an icebreaker. It's an icebreaker. It's easier to get them into your house. Like, free weed is an aphrodisiac. So I've lost a lot for not smoking weed. I've lost it directly. I tell the story on movie night. I lost it directly, like possible threesome, white girl threesome. So, like I know, but trust me, no shoes. And once again, the uptick in pussy is not worth the weed. It's not worth me smoking weed, or else I would smoke weed, or else I would buy a Mercedes. I do a cost benefit analysis to my dick, and then I make a decision.
And
How
top of
much
that.
how much do they spend on stocks versus how much they spend on stripper panties?
Let me tell you, okay, as somebody that's
You, I would okay. I want y'all to watch her expression change when I said that. Keep in mind, she used to be a stripper. I want y'all to watch her expression change when I say what I just said. Come on, man. I bet you lost some baddies being weed free. Yes. Yes, I have. Okay. Y'all not hearing me though. Y'all not hearing me. I know exactly. That's how I know I would know if I was losing pussy off a shoot. So I lost it off of weed. Uh, I'm from Oakland. So shout out to Ramil. When he came to Oakland, he was like, he was just enamored by the quality of weed that we have. Um, and also, Oakland is the birthplace of the Loonies, who came out with that song. I got five on it. So uh, when that song came out, that um, that really just resonated throughout the town, throughout Oakland. And what I got five on it came to represent was um, was the '90s Netflix and chill. So if a woman agrees to Netflix and chill with you, you pretty much know you in there. And back then, if a woman say, "Hey, you want to go five on a sack or something like that," if you ask her and she agrees, then you know that you're pretty much in there. And if she asks you and you agree, then you're definitely in there. Um, so when a woman were to ask me and I were to say no and suggest an alternative, I know exactly why she didn't fuck me. Like there's no mistaking. There's no mistaking of when and where and exactly how I lost out on. Like what the fuck? That's I know. I made my life decisions and I'm okay with this. I'm a weed free person that has gotten less pussy than he would have if he was a weeded person. That's hey, I'm happy with my choice. Like, you can't have your weed and smoke it too. But I want y'all to see the change in expression on her face when I say stocks and bonds versus stripper panties. I want y'all to see this.
work in a strip club, you're not being accurate in your.
And the
Well,
top of that.
How much do they?
Black more than us are white men and Asian men and women. And the
Well,
top of that.
how much do they spend on stocks versus how much they spend on stripper panties?
Let me tell you, okay, as somebody that's working the strip.
You seen that? You seen that? You seen that?
Club, you're not being accurate in your assessment. White men spend way more money on strippers than black men. What girls who work in white strip clubs make way more money than girls that work in Latin Hispanic strip clubs and black strip clubs. It is our dream to be able to work in white strip clubs, but white strip clubs have higher standards. So, for example, you can't have a lot of tattoos.
This chick just said it is our dream. And notice she's talking about it in the present sense. She didn't say was as if she was a stripper. She said it is our dream. So, fellas, just to be clear, when you put your dollars down Keisha panties, she is dreaming about stripping for Chad. She's dreaming about stripping for Chad. Somebody said it's not because you don't smoke, it's how you say weed. I say it like somebody that don't smoke the shit. So what the fuck? Somebody said Keisha always wanted to be stripper, or wanted to be Becky. Yes, yes. Um, I actually don't blame them. I actually don't blame them for wanting that. Um, if you are a 1950s toilet scrubber, I'm pretty sure that you would want to be the one getting your toilet scrubbed than the one scrubbing the toilet. So I can't really blame them for that. There was a movie, a very 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 old movie. I'm talking ridiculously old movie called Imitation of Life. If y'all can see it, it is one of the best movies I've ever seen. I've seen it in. They showed it in class one day. It's one of the best movies I ever seen about the human condition and race relations and stuff like that, and just gender relations too. Um, and it featured an interesting dynamic. So it had a black woman, of an overtly black woman, a darker black woman, and she had a daughter who could pass for white. And her father wasn't even white. Her father was just a very light skinned black dude. But the daughter could pass for white. And then she was playing with another blonde white girl, full white girl. Blonde is double white amongst white people. She was playing with a blonde white girl, and they became friends. And the white woman, the mother of the blonde white girl, she's seen the daughter's plan, and then she met the mother, and one thing led to another, and everybody became friends with everybody. But the thing was that the black woman and the white daughter, or the white appearing daughter, was homeless. So the black woman ended up begging the white woman for a job. Now, this white woman wasn't rich. She wasn't one of these suburban white women. She was like a regular Sex and the City style single mother white woman living in a New York apartment. And she was willing to share that New York apartment with this black woman because she felt bad for her as a maid. Now you gotta think about the message that that's sending to that little white appearing black girl. Like, you are automatically less than. You are a servant to this woman who isn't even rich. She wasn't one of these, nepo babies or anything like that. The white woman's job, her only income, came from licking envelopes. So she's the maid of an envelope licker. And then the black woman started licking the envelopes. So the white woman is getting paid off of the black woman's envelope licking, which really means that the white woman was getting paid for being white at that point. And then when the girl grew up, she decided to pass. She decided to pass for white. She told the kids that her mother was her nanny and she was a white girl. I do not blame her. I do not blame her. My blood grandfather could have passed, but he didn't. Because he's a man. And he loved my grandma, who's black. My grandfather's black too, but my grandma, who's visibly black. But he's a man. I definitely understand that, because a woman's worth is in how she looks, and race is part of how you look. I understand why they want that, but don't put that bullshit off on me. Somebody said that sounded like a bad decision on the mother's part. I think the mother. I don't know. I'm not gonna spoil the movie, even though it's a very old movie. But the mother just like kind of came to grips with it. Like you know, this is who she's gonna be. She don't like it. The mother don't like it. But this is who the daughter's gonna be. And I think that the mother also, um, at some point in her life, thought that if she could, she would, and realizes that the daughter can. So, Imitation of Life, check it out. It'll be hard to find because this is like from the 50s, but nevertheless, you know.
You're gonna work in a white strip club. In a white strip club, they dang near want like big boobs are acceptable, big butt no. Okay, so a lot of girls would rather work in a black strip club. But you know why? A white man he's not gonna throw the money up in the air. The white man, sometimes they will, depending on the type of vibe that they're on. But white men spend their money quietly in the strip club. White men will pay for like a champagne room and spend thousands of dollars just to sit in that room and talk.
And they will fuck in that room. They will fuck in that room because they're not stupid.
With girls and sitting there and talk with business. White men will sit and just be. You don't even got to get up and shake your ass. They're just sliding you quietly, sliding you.
All right, hold on. Somebody said the better version was from the 1930s. Maybe this was the 30s. The 30s don't look different than the 50s to me. Like maybe this was the 30s. How the fuck would I know? Like it, you know, what was I looking and saying? Oh, that's a radio from the 30s and not the 50s. You know, no, they look the same. You know, it comes from a time where before TV had color. Um, the black woman has a skill, making pancakes. Well, yeah. The thing is that, and this is what I got is that she wasn't because in a fair society, which we live in a more fair society now, the black woman would be able to um, get a job licking envelopes as well. She'll be able to get a job licking envelopes as well. Um, and but she's not because many white people didn't want black spit on their envelopes. As twisted as that sound, there was a lot of weird rules from the Jim Crow era that I didn't even know about. My grandma told me that she had to take my father home when he was born because they didn't want to mix the black babies with the white babies in the nursery. I was like, who the fuck thinks of stuff like that? It was some sick shit going on. So I can imagine they like, you know, I'm not gonna hire you because nobody wants your black tongue on their letters. Which really means that since the black woman was doing all the work and the white woman was getting a check and giving the black woman a cut, she was really getting paid to be white. Like that's what that means. Let's see. How to good making pancakes, yeah.
Hundreds every 10 15 minutes or so just to sit there and talk to you. So every stripper knows white men spend way more.
But what is the per capita between white men and black men inside the strip club?
Well, they go to different clubs.
Can I add on to that real quick?
She's frozen.
There's way more black clubs than there is.
He's bringing up a good point. But not only that, it should really tell you something. Like Swirler divestors really need to hear that shit. First of all, they need to hear how much more white pussy is worth to white men. They really need to hear this. They really need to hear this. She don't realize how she's telling on herself about how undesired they are to white men. Brad would sooner go to the Brad Club and pay 10 times more for no ass than to go to the Keisha Club and pay only 10% for the ass. This just spits in the face of the whole notion that they like to sell to black men that, oh no, white men want us, but we just loyal to black men. It just spits in the face of that notion. White men want us, but we're just so loyal to black men. But you just said that if given the opportunity, you'd be shaking that ass for the white dude. The reason why you are not shaking the ass for the white dude is because your pussy is unworthy. You're basically saying, I pray for the day of a worthy enough pussy for the white man, is what you're saying. So shout out to Melissa. Her name is something else here, but she goes by Melissa. She was the one who told me to go up. I didn't know what to expect, but I had to have this conversation. So yeah, rewind and check it out. And welcome to the channel.
Yeah. Hold on, y'all. White men spend, it's on entertainment, white men spend hella money. It's not even, every stripper knows this. They be happy to see a white man. The second group that spend more than black men in the strip club is gonna be your Mexicans.
They're happy to see the white man, fellas. This is your queen. Somebody literally called her queen. This is your queen. Happy to shake that ass for the benefit of another kingdom. Well, somebody, King Pick said something. I'm gonna capitalize on that. It says, why is she saying this like we should care? Well, what she's doing is she's trying to sell the notion of being a strip club patron while not selling the notion of pay for play, which is what white dudes do. They pay for play as well as pay the stripper. Listen, I understand doing both. And I also understand doing neither. I do not for the life of me understand paying for strippers and not paying for play. I do not understand that. I mean, of course, there's individual situations that may vary. You don't want to cheat on your wife. You fear STDs, stuff like that. Those situations I get. Or you fear legal consequences. Those situations I get. But like generally speaking, that's not what black dudes is about. They're about that there's a social shame, there's a cultural shame against pay for play that don't exist when it comes to strippers. And she's trying to keep that cultural aspect. She's trying to encourage that cultural aspect. She's trick shaming at the same time as trick promoting. She's shaming one type of tricking while promoting another type of tricking. It's very weird. You should pay to see me naked, but Don't put your dick in it. That's weird.
Mexican spend bread in the strip club. It's not even close.
Well, they shouldn't do it either. Fellas, let their mistake be an opportunity. Let them spend their children's college tuition under a host panties while we build our society. Let them fail.
Well, I would say white men as a whole. I mean, as a whole, as far as them spending money, we can't compare to them because they've had such a head start with generational wealth.
Agreed.
They probably do have a lot more spare capital.
Disposable
So, I mean,
income.
we can't disposable income. We can't really compare to that. They got a big head start. But I think you did make some good points with, us. I think a lot of guys have realized that, hey, I'm not going to go in here and throw thousands of dollars. I think a lot of black men, quote, quote, aren't going to go into these clubs and throw money in the air. That's why we have a flood of men to these other countries, Costa Rica, Colombia, because it's a smarter choice. Why would I go spend
of it, not for the look of it?
Yeah. Why am I going here and throw this money in the air when I could?
I think that is very bizarre.
I mean, but you.
Okay. I want to take this moment out here. Let me remove this so we can, So, her Sasua fund. Hey, I'll help a sister out. Sasua fundraiser, $950 for the $28 bus ride from Santo Domingo to Sasua. $950 to go. Her PayPal is the passportsis@gmail.com. If you want to see her go from one city in the Dominican Republic to another city in the Dominican Republic, then please send her $950. It is not tricking if you do that. You just got to not expect anything from her, and then maybe you'll get it. Okay? Oh, wait, let me move my name out the way. Here, do it with this one. Nope, that didn't work. Okay, how do I move that GameChanger logo? Oh, well, nevertheless, that's what it is. See, here's the thing. It's not tricking when you it's not tricking when you're not fucking. You're just spending money. You're just giving them money. That's a good thing. I remember one time a homeless person was asking me for money. And I was like, so you're going to wash my windows or something? You're going to wash my windows or dance a little jig for me? Like, do something, sing, nigga. Like, do something. Do homeless shit. Okay. Every city is different. In San Francisco, homeless do homeless shit. They're not just homeless. They do homeless shit, especially back in the day. You had the homeless that did the robot thing. You had the homeless that would just sit there really, really still for a long time. That's what I call homeless shit. You had homeless that could sing. You had the homeless with the dog. You had the retarded homeless. You had there was like the guitar homeless. So when I say do homeless shit, do some homeless shit. And then he's like, no, I'm not going to do homeless shit. Now, by her logic, you should pay somebody. Don't be nasty, Langdon. Tim, this is who you gave membership. Don't say nasty shit. No, I don't have a fetish to fuck homeless. What the hell? No, I just listed what homeless shit is. Stop being nasty. That's some nasty shit. Don't be weird. Anyway, The point is, do something. Wash some windows or something. And imagine a homeless person is saying that it's not cool to expect anything of the homeless. It is cool to just give them money. You should just give me money. You shouldn't expect shit. Like, nah, fuck it. Eat some fire. Some homeless eat fire. I want something for my dollar. What the fuck? All right.
You're going in to enjoy the entertainment slash ambiance of just being around sexy women.
I mean,
and so
if,
well,
if,
okay, same as paper play.
if I seen,
and mind you, from what game, okay, if you ain't got it, don't do it, man.
No, even if you got it, this dude is really trying to shame. Like, if you ain't got it, don't do it. Listen, I don't have to. I'm not gonna just. And that's black people's problem. Like, spending money just to say that you got it is stupid. And I get it. It comes from a history of poverty. I don't give a shit. I don't care whether you think I got it or not. And I'm not saying that just to like chest out or anything. I genuinely do not care. I do not care if a person thinks I'm broke. And that is the mentality of the richest people. You think Einstein gave a shit if people thought he was an idiot? What the fuck?
Yeah.
See,
If
okay,
the
so
goal is for you to leave the sex, just go to a prostitute. I don't understand.
She's saying that as if the topic of the entire discussion was that you should do that as opposed to paying for strippers. What I'm saying is that there shouldn't be a stigma about going to a prostitute, and she's trying to get me to scurry away from the stigma of it. Somebody said make it rain on no coochie. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Making it rain to a song called Don't Pop That Coochie. Don't pop that coochie, baby. Don't pop that coochie. Don't pop that coochie, baby. That's them. That's what the stripper is bouncing to.
If you're, I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on, real quick. Let me make this point real quick. If your goal is to get sex, and that's the only thing that you care about, and you don't care about getting to know a woman, or you're not going to like if you're not going on a date,
that wouldn't be a strip club to get to know someone.
Let me finish.
Yeah, he made a like. Why does she keep going from strip club to dating? I'm telling you, because they're one and the same to her. Her clients consist of men who hope to date her. Her dates consist of men who want to fuck her. She's selling the possibility. It's just different levels of possibility. And they're paying each level. I'm telling you, it's like those video games. It's like those arcade games where, you know, you go to the next level and then some big boss come and kicks your ass and then you got to put another quarter in within the 10 seconds. That's her. You never actually win. You never actually, you know, you're just paying along the way. Well, you do eventually win, but I'm just saying you're paying along the way. And she knows it. She's trying to protect that gravy train.
I'm saying, if you're not going on a date to get to know a woman, then just go pay a prostitute. If you're not going to the strip club purely for entertainment value, then just go pay a prostitute. The problem is a lot of men, y'all want to mix transaction with actually getting to know women. If all you see women for is transactional value, always just go pay a prostitute. It's really that simple.
Well, if we're talking about
it's
dating,
not that bad.
If we're talking about dating, that's a separate category than strip clubs. Now, I don't say that brothers shouldn't date. I would suggest that brothers date cheaply. That each date should cost significantly less than an actual sexual encounter with a prostitute. Why? Because you're dating her for the possibility of sexual compatibility.
If your main focus in dating, if you feel like you did not win, because a lot of people look at the dating as like a game, right? So if you feel like you're gonna be bitter or upset if you were getting to know this woman and you did not get sex from it, if you feel like that is the main value that comes with it, you need to just go pay for it.
It is the main fucking value. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. It is the main fucking value. It is. Now, that doesn't mean it's the sole value, but it is the main value. What she said is the equivalent to your boss saying to you, if your main reason for working here is to get a paycheck, then you need to become a criminal. Like, nigga, what? Listen, I enjoy my job. I do. That doesn't mean I would do it for free. You still have to pay me. Even if I enjoy your company, you still have to suck my dick. What the fuck? Yes, you should just treat me to stuff without having any sexual expectations. That's what she's trying to sell to men. Look at dude laughing on some cream and wheat shit. Look at dude. He reminded me of the young dude from Sinners. He reminded me of a young boy from Sinners. Shout out to homie at the top. I can't believe that she is selling this notion of pay for not play. That's what she's selling for. P for NP. She is selling pay for not play. I'm going to repeat this. She is selling pay for not play. Pay for not play. Get it? Got it? Good.
Honestly and truly,
Again,
sex is the primary determinant of whether or not you came out winning in that situation and you got value for your money, then just quit. Just call it what it is and call it what you're looking for. Just go get out of your ego and go pay for it, because that's all you.
There's no ego. I was the one who said just pay for it. We're saying the same thing right now. This is weird. She is really defending pay for not play. Listen, pay for not play is a fucking $1 trillion industry. It is. It is a booming industry. BlackRock don't have anything on the pay for not play industry. It is booming.
Really cared about anyway. Along the dating process.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Let me finish. Women will get to know you and you will get to know a woman, and she might have came into it interested in you, but you find out whether or not you like somebody and you're going to be compatible based on dating. So if you
Translation, keep paying her and maybe she'll determine if she likes you or not. This is so fucking wild. Y'all should see the chat room. Y'all should have seen the fucking chat room while this was going on.
cannot deal with that process and deal with the woman determining whether or not she likes you, or and you finding out whether she likes you, and you feel like you're not going to be you're going to be bitter if you didn't get sex out of the situation, then you should not date. You're not built for it. Go pay.
No, but
okay,
we were separated. We were talking about the strip club, not just dating. No,
I get it. I was talking, but she changed the subject to dating. I was talking about a scenario where you are going out for something different than sexual gratification, and I'm saying for that, because it's far less intimate and you would do it far more often, you should pay a lot less. Here's what I mean by that. If you enjoy someone's company and you pay for that person's company, it's going to take a lot of interactions. You're going to want more and more and more. And you can't keep paying, sex costs every time you enjoy having a good morning text from a person. So date, fellas, but make it very inexpensive. That way you don't entice the women who are doing it just for dinners or just for experience. You're actually doing it for a woman who is more into you than she is into the circumstances under which you get together. Date cheap and don't waste money under these stripper panties.
I'll just say,
homie cracking up.
Have fun, man. Have fun. You know what I'm saying? If you're going out on a date, you take a woman, and you take her out to dinner, whatever. No, I'm just saying, you take a woman out to eat or whatever. And I mean, from what I'm hearing from you, you expecting to get some box afterwards, right?
How did he hear that? How did he hear that? So no, he is just eating up what she says. Hook, line, and sinker. Is it wrong to expect box? Maybe. Is it wrong to want it, whether you like the person or not? Fuck no. Listen, fellas, and listen me good. I'm way over time. Listen and listen me good. Listen and listen, fucking listen to me and listen to me good. If you never learned anything from a fucking channel, learn this. Never apologize for wanting pussy. Ever. Never should you ever apologize for wanting pussy. You should never apologize for it. You should never feel shame or guilt for it. Never. Never. I cannot even think about how fucked up of a philosophy that is, how fucked in your soul you are if you are ashamed of wanting pussy. If you are going on a date with a woman saying, oh, I don't want to want her pussy because I think it's wrong to want her pussy, then cut your dick off. What the fuck is wrong with you? There is no shame in wanting pussy. None whatsoever. There's something wrong. There is something horribly wrong with this dude. There is something horribly wrong with the woman who's saying that, who's trying to imply that you should be dating her for her. Her pussy is her. It's a large part of her. It's the most valuable part of her. What the entire fuck? Hmm. A good date on a woman's part is when she shows something. It was when she shows that she has something to offer other than her pussy. But make no mistake, you offering that damn pussy. You marry the ones with more to offer than pussy. But she damn well is offering that pussy. Shay Sade is a good woman, a great woman. And she saved it for marriage. Did he marry her for her pussy? No. She's a great woman regardless. But when he married her, he got it. Oh, make no mistake about that. Make no mistake. I think Born Ready believes that he can convert her. Holy crap. Okay. I can't hate on his game. All right. If Born Ready is the one in the bottom right corner, the thing is that she's telling you how to play the game, knowing that you're not going to win. She knows this. This woman straight out says she's only physically attracted to 1% of the male population, and I'm guessing that you are not part of that 1%. If a woman tells you that the best way to her pussy is to spend money and not want her pussy, that is a game that you are going to lose. That's like going to prison and say, hey, we're going to play a game. It's called You Bend Over. What the fuck? Somebody said he's a former pimp. Okay. I don't know how paying for not sex, how pimping is that? That's really like opposite pimping. That's like anti pimping. That's bizarro pimping. Somebody said, damn that chick's arms. This man named Kappa Flappa Dappa. Salute to you. All right, get the likes up, people. Why do you? Why did you assume that?
Because you're saying like date cheaply and what I mean. So for all that, you know what I'm saying.
So how did he mean like don't spend like 500 on Ruth Chris first date.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I get that part.
Dating cheap. I'm curious.
I get that part, but I'm saying you talking about like, yo, okay, if you go out and you're paying for a $500 dinner, you know what I'm saying, and you don't get no box afterwards.
I didn't say that part.
Okay, so
it has nothing to do with box. I'm saying that you shouldn't have to pay $500 because you enjoy to talk to somebody.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to. But what if you go
$500 for dinners?
No, I never do. That's what the brother. So she's appraising. She's appraising, and you know something? I'm glad that she did it. I will say she's a lot realer than most Keishas because most Keishas like to pretend like everybody else is paying $500 on a first date, so you should too. But no, she's like nobody's paying $500 on the first date, and no, I have never done that. Listen, um, it wasn't until like about like 10, 15 years ago where I realized that food even cost that much. I shit you not, I didn't even know food cost that much. Um, I was in San Francisco. I worked there at the time, and I'm walking down the pier with a coworker of mine, with a homie, a brother, going to the restaurant, and I'm like, yeah, let me get something to eat. We go into this restaurant, and keep in mind this is Silicon Valley. People make big money there. Nobody is dressed like they make big money there because we're normal people, and we're not trying to fucking impress for box and shit. So we walk in. Um, Dude hands two menus. One of them is the wine menu, as I just sat down, and the other one was a regular menu. And on the menu, it had numbers next to it. 210, 240, 180, 130, shit like that, right? Um, so I asked the dude, the barkeeper, the waiter. I was like, "Hey, how much is the 180?" This motherfucker said 180 is the price. I was like, "Excuse me?" It's like 180 is the price. I thought 180 was the number. I thought 180 was like the index number to another menu that had the real price. Because real prices have like 99 at the end of it. Like, it's not 180, it's 179.99. I was like, oh shit. That is the actual price of this? Yeah. So that was the end of that. I just politely left. Like, what the fuck? Did I have $180? Yes, absolutely. Am I gonna spend it on a fucking steak? No. What the fuck? I can't even imagine that shit. Yeah, exactly. So she's right. I'm not paying that. Have I been to Ruth Chris? Yes, absolutely. But this is like, event, and damn sure wasn't a date, and damn sure wasn't a first date. I've seen somebody say he spent it on his wife. No, they talk like first dates and shit. Come on, Game Changer. That restaurant is not for you. No, it wasn't. I mean, okay, put it like this. Um, have I eaten at expensive restaurants before? Yes. Have I picked up a three-figure tab before? Yes. Have I done it like on a lunch break from work in San Francisco? Fuck no. No. That is not something I think I ever will just casually do. Like walking down the street and you say, so I'm not a little hungry. Have I done it that way? No. No. Every time it's been on some planned affair that wasn't a date, but it was otherwise like, okay, I know that this is where the money is about to go. In the corner said,
are men on average out here paying $500 for dinner?
I have no idea.
Men ain't out here.
People out here doing weird stuff.
I don't even know what that's a topic when I'm stating that men should go on inexpensive dates. Because dating is a process. You want to spend as little as possible because you're not just going to do it once.
They not out here doing it. Men who are dating and they're trying to find somebody that like them are not. Y'all, the numbers are overinflated. Here's the thing: take the girl where you like to go. Take the girl where you like to go. Go where you was gonna go anyway if she wouldn't been there. Take the girl where you like to go. If she like you, she gonna go and she not gonna make a big deal. It's really that simple. Don't worry. Date a woman
I like to go to the fucking bedroom.
According to your means. If you date according to your means, you're not going to be sitting up here thinking penny pinching and thinking about money all the time. Sometimes you just got to say, hey, her taste is out of what I'm used to. But all of this just being so concerned with every little dollar that you spend. So now I feel like, no, date within your means, date your taste. It's really that simple. Go to places that you like to go to, and then you feeling like you're not going to be feeling bitter about it because you had a good time anyway, because that's what you wanted to do.
Black man,
I mean, honestly, folks, I
can't believe that a stripper is telling men to not focus on the money. Stop penny pinching. It's like, I mean, you like to go to a lot of places for a lot of different reasons and with a lot of different people. Like for example, I like to go to Colombia. I'm not gonna like go on a date there. I'm not gonna bring a date there. But once again, I like to go to the bedroom. Like, what the fuck? I mean, how about that? Like, we can go to the beach. That's free. And that's the beauty of California.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Go for it. We're saying the same thing.
I think we're saying the same thing. I mean, everyone is actually. I mean, you're saying date within your means, which means date reasonably.
No, we're not. I mean, because your means, okay. A person who has wealth, he has, property, he has assets and stuff like that. He can afford an expensive date. He shouldn't expend that particular expense on a date. What I'm saying is be fiscally responsible. For whatever. Meeting a new person should not be an expensive endeavor, even relative to your massive wealth. It just should.
Definitely.
It comes to a matter of brothers understanding cost versus value. And overspending on brief experience or interpersonal interactions is not a cost value benefit. It's not. And throwing money at a stripper to wobble her booty is also not. Especially considering that they do it for free at regular clubs. So, like I don't I don't get. I forgot that I made that brilliant point. In addition to everything else, strippers do twerk. Really not just at regular nightclubs. They kind of twerk everywhere. Like women, particularly Keisha, just randomly twerk for free. Like everywhere. Like you're at Great America and they twerking next to the popcorn booth. Like they pretty much just do the same ass gyration dance everywhere they go for no particular fucking reason. And then they expect you to go to the club and pay for it. That's weird. Most of those with money in real life just aren't blowing it on dates. You know how many white and Middle Eastern dudes I work with who talk about going on cheap dates with women? Yeah, they either go on cheap dates or they just pay for the box. Both of those make more sense than to just pay to be strung along. But I'm not from the South, so
Okay.
South is a little different.
It's a lot different.
GameChanger, I think you too focused on other men's finances. Here's the thing. I understand that in a perfect.
Again, says the stripper. You too focus on other man's finances. Your entire livelihood was, well, I don't know if you had a second job, but I'm pretty sure at some point you was focused on other men's finances. Just saying. I mean, didn't you just say that I wish I were qualified to be in the white clubs? Yeah.
World, men with a lot of money wouldn't spend it because it levels the playing field for all men. Like if everybody's being cheap, then y'all all have the same opportunity with women. But the reality of the matter is this: it's
If everybody was cheap, we will all have the same opportunity with women. Now, I want y'all to pay special close. I really wish, because I'm late, but I really wish that I could stay longer. Jesus. All right. I was texting. What? That's why I had that pause. I was texting while that was happening. But nevertheless, uh, I lost my train of thought during the text. What did she say? Here, let me go back.
certain men that have playing field. I understand that in a perfect world, spend it because it levels the playing field for all men. Like if everybody's being cheap, then y'all all have the same opportunity with women. But the reality of the matter is this: is certain men that have certain tastes.
There we go. So she's accusing me of trying to basically nerf the other guys, trying to level the playing field for my advantage. Then you would admit that spending money gives an advantage. Boom. In order for that to be true, you would have to say that spending money is an advantage. That women, that men are spending the money to get closer to their box. And if no man was spending money, then they all would be equal distance from the box. So this whole pretense of, oh, it's about getting to know the woman in the non-sexual aspect of no. You just proved yourself wrong.
Men that got expensive as hell taste, so they like to break bread. And
Well, I mean, so Langdon, once again, if all men were cheap, then you would have equal opportunity. So basically, opportunity is based on the amount of money that you spend, or else we would already have equal opportunity. Get it? Got it? Good. She admits that we don't have equal opportunity, at least not economically equal.
when they go out with women, they like to break bread. They was gonna be breaking bread whether or not a chick is or is not there, and that don't mean they being financially irresponsible or physically irresponsible because they might just have the extra bread to break. What you consider is irresponsible for somebody else's lifestyle. They know their money, they know their budget, they know how much money they're investing, they know how much money they need to put up. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like a crab in a barrel mentality. For example, it's a lot of women that are unattractive and they will try to tell other women, oh, you shouldn't be doing X, Y, Z. You shouldn't be putting on makeup, or you shouldn't be doing your.
Okay, so then attraction is something that women are basing their interests on. Just like economics is something that women are basing their interests on. Stop trying to pretend like it's not.
Your hair, you shouldn't care how you look. People just accept you the way you are. What it is it's a way for the women who are not as attractive to level the dating field and tell other women to not put as much effort into their looks, because then they become more appealing because the dating field is more level. You can't do that. If certain men, they gonna spend what they want to spend. They got the bread to spend. They just gonna spend that type of money if the chick is there regardless.
No. What I'm saying, Mariah, what I'm saying is that it's fruitless. A woman looking better, like a fat woman working out, or a woman with weave, getting her natural hair, that actually yields better results. What I'm saying to fellas is spending an exorbitant amount of money on these women do not yield better results. Just
maybe
like
him spending more money get him a better bitch than you. Maybe he want a bad. Maybe he want. Maybe
Are y'all hearing this? Are y'all hearing the words that are coming out this woman's mouth? So to her, more money equal badder bitch. More money equal badder bitch. Remember all that stuff she was saying, like, it's not about the money and, it's about the content of the character, etc., etc., etc. Listen, If more money equal better bitch, then why not just buy the bitch? Okay, here's what's going on here. What she's saying is don't spend money on prostitutes, but spend money who base their interest in you on the amount of money you spend on them. That you're not having sex with. You should spend more money so a more attractive woman would not have sex with you. Is what this is wild as fuck.
Maybe he wants a Barbie.
It
Maybe
doesn't. It doesn't.
maybe him spending more money get him
It
a better
doesn't.
looking chick than the
It
dude
doesn't.
that's
And notice how she's saying "then you." What the hell? What is this? Just buy her. Then just buy her off the street. But listen, it typically doesn't work that way. The same disrespect that they have for guys that buy the box, they have for guys that buy the view of the box. You're actually if you're gonna spend $100 to look at it, you think that she respects you more for not spending $100 to stick it in? No, she thinks you're stupider. So I think that's my mic. I don't know what I was doing.
Depends on the dude. So, for example, if there was a chick, let's think of Cameron back in his heyday. Let's think of dudes like Cameron, Joel Santana. These are the type of dudes that's fine anyway, right? These are the type of dudes they would be getting chicks anyway. So now you get these dudes and they have money, so they want to floss and they want to all that. I'm gonna be completely honest about how females feel. When those type of men go and drop bread or spend money on dates for women, those women do not look at those men like a sucker. You know what those women?
What in the fuck does that have to do with anything? My message is to all the guys in the world that aren't Cameron. Okay, let's see where this is going.
Look at those men like I would have slept with this dude anyway, right? It's just, I like it. It turned me on even more that he out here dropping bread. But here's the thing.
Either buy it or don't. But don't do whatever sexual purgatory that she's talking about.
Those type of dudes will be dropping the money anyway because they flashy and they like to flaunt. It all depends on the dude. Yes, if you're the type of dude that a girl would not have been sleeping with anyway, if you didn't have no money, yes, she's looking at you like you dumb. But it's a lot of dudes out here.
Well, then that's 99% of the male population because once again, you're only attracted to 1% of men. And you're just taking the other 99% money because they think that they're going to get something from you. Once again, just fucking buy it.
And you wouldn't know unless you were these dudes that just like to break bread, but whether or not they have the money or not, they can pull the exact same females. And those women are not looking down on them just because they're spending money on it.
Okay, so fellas, y'all heard this. Now, with this understanding, if you just so happen to be the handsome dude that she would sleep with, money or not, then don't spend the money. She would have got it for free. I know she's not gonna like that, but let's see. Understand
but
that.
They like it.
According to what you just said, the money is not getting you closer to the box. The money is not getting you closer to the box, so it's not a matter of jealousy.
The part that you're not understanding, GameChanger, you keep trying to tell other men what to do with their money. Those men aren't spending the money to get the box. They're spending the
You tell them. You tell them men what not to do or how to spend their money because you're talking about tricking.
money because they know they could have got it regardless. They was getting it when they was in the hood, right? They're spending the money because they want to spend the money because they like spending money because they like flossing and they like breaking the bread. And you trying to tell them not.
And once again, the flossing culture that black men have is financially destroying them. Flossing, all that is spending money to impress these bitches. Black women live and eat off of this. Now, keep in mind, she already said that she is ill qualified for the white clubs. She cannot cross over to the white clubs and get Brad's money. So their money comes from, their wealth comes from black men flossing. Once black men start to develop a more frugal, non-flossy culture, then women will start to go broke. And she don't like that shit. She do not like that shit. Black women are the biggest benefactors of black men's frivolous and thoughtless spending. They are the biggest ones.
To spend the money, that's like that's to me that's dumb. They're gonna spend the money because they doing what they like to do.
Well, I mean, we were talking about men and black men's culture as it relates to spending money on boxes when we were talking about pay for play. So the conversation drifted from there. What I'm saying, fellas, is that it makes more sense to pay for box than it does to go to a strip club and pay to look at box. Is what I'm saying.
If that is your end. If your end goal is to get pussy and that's all you care about,
if your end goal is to look at it, you get to look at it when you buy it. So,
no, the new strip club is the Caribbean.
No, they actually sleep with those girls.
Sir, but what I mean by that is explain to you because I work in the club and it's a lot of men that don't think like you. A lot of men when they come in the club.
Yeah, because I don't go to strip clubs.
Their end game is not to sleep with the stripper.
I understand that. I'm saying that
if a man goes and watch a baseball game and he didn't get dick down at the end of the night by the baseball players, he just went there for entertainment. Did he waste his money?
I hope he's not looking at man butt.
Let's use the baseball game analogy, right? Should a guy go to a baseball? Should a guy pay to go to a baseball game to leave after the fourth inning, or should he just pay to watch the whole damn game? That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is a destitute is doing the same thing that a stripper does, but more.
No.
So, yes. A destitute does the same thing. I mean, does she do it with her clothes on? I don't know. Maybe she do. Maybe she doesn't move her panties to the side or something like that. But I'm pretty sure that you could just ask them to strip and take off their clothes in the process of having sex. I think that that's really like part of it.
Yes. Again, it's different purposes. If a dude is going to the strip club for the purposes of entertainment, the end goal is not to sleep with a stripper. The purpose is to go enjoy it with his friends, see some naked girls shaking their ass. He knew that's what he was coming to see, and he spent his money on that. And he went the hell home. He went the hell home and called his girlfriend to sleep with him. He did not waste his money.
Very straw man argument.
You go to a baseball game and you're going there for the purposes of just watching the baseball game. It's not the same. The problem is you feel like if it didn't end in sex, then you wasted your money, and you're like valuing everything based off of sex or what you think the value of box is. Not every man is walking around thinking like that. You were in a completely different headspace.
Okay,
than
I'll
a
put it
lot
like
of
this.
people.
I'll put it like this. Ask some of your stripper friends if they ask any of their clients if they offered to have sex with any of their clients, would the client say no? Y'all hear the pause? Y'all hear the pause, right? Now, what I'm saying is, if you ultimately want to sleep with these women, then just fucking pay to sleep with them. Like, you already gave them the money that you would give them if for the pussy.
Honestly and truly,
Exactly.
in most cases, probably not. But
Of
here's
course.
the thing: you can go watch a. Hold on, that don't make no sense, because you can go watch a WNBA game, and if those girls offered you, most of the men in the crowd, sex, those men would sleep with her, right? It don't change the fact that they came to.
Okay, that's a very poor analogy, and here's why. Stripping is a part of sex. They're there to arouse you. Arousing is preparation for sex. Basketball isn't that. Get it? Got it? Good.
Watch the game solely for entertainment. Most majority of women, regardless of what type of work they do, if they offer any man sex, he's not gonna turn it down unless he's in a position to where he has to turn it down or feels obligated to turn it down, or he really just finds it attractive. But if I go on the street right now, and offer my coochie to like all these men out, I'd be hard pressed to find one that's gonna say no. That's just how men are. Like what?
So with that being said, first of all, the WNBA thing, I get where you're going with that, but men aren't going there for somewhat sexual gratification. They're not going there to be in proximity of box. They're going there to be in proximity of ball. But we're going to stick with that analogy. We're going to stick with that analogy for the sake of this conversation and say,
there's no point in having this conversation any longer. We've done this for about an hour. You're
like,
not going to
can we
change.
be done with it, sir? Can we talk about something else? Like, here's the thing.
So here we have Flit. Now, Flit is a representation of what goes on in our chat room, and that is a lot of guys who are competing for her attention. And I think this is Flit right here. So because they feel that getting her attention is getting closer to her box. I understand that this entire exchange is not getting me closer to her box, but that's not part of my life's journey. So it's really a moot point. Like, part of my life journey is to defend men from mentalities like this. Nevertheless, Flit got antsy. He's like, I want to talk to her, and I'm not intelligent enough to keep up with this conversation. So he's just like, so just end the conversation. And same with this guy here. It says, make these people cam up Mariah to speak with you. Okay.
We understand. We want you want men to pay the lowest. You believe that men are interested with women for the purpose of sex, and you want them to pay the lowest possible for it, because if they don't get the lowest price possible for it, then they are wasting their money. We get it.
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
You're not going to get a form of sex worker to concede to your point, man.
Unless you have a better topic. Yeah. Anyway.
I do.
We'll go for it.
Go. Thank you so much for the 1999 super chat.
I was it's been in my head for this whole conversation. Brazil, I like haven't been from everything that I've seen on the both pay for play side and just like being out there dating normally, or just being out there trying to stack. Brazil is the one place that I would move to, like, and fully relocate and make a home base out of it without visiting first? Is there, or are there any other countries for you guys that, from just like looking at it from a distance, you'd be like,
okay, so now we switch the topic.
that 100 piece would be nice.
Yeah.
250,000. Chat room is saying, you know, how much would it cost to make everyone cam up? And here's what I'm talking about. He's spending his money in the super chat like a ridiculous amount. Put it like this. And this is something that's weird. I'll never understand this about brothers. And quite frankly, I think that it's downright stupid. What he's doing is, so far he spent $30 telling other dudes to cam up, and then he's going to spend $100. So a total of $130. I think that he could have bought the box of someone more attractive than Mariah for that $130. But instead, he's using that to try to impress Mariah into giving him her box. That's what he's doing. This is what he's doing to be noticed by Mariah. I think that that is not the best financial move. And I'm not faulting him for wanting to fuck her or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, okay, we know that you want to do this. And this is how you're going about doing this. You have to be low IQ to deal with Keisha's. No, I deal with Keisha's. I have my IQ tested.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason I
No, somebody, see, she thought I was joking too. Because he was like, how much would it take to make everyone cam up? And I said, the cost for me to cam up is $250,000. And it is. It's not like, I wasn't joking. That's not a joke. That's literally how much it costs, because I have the potential of losing a lot of money if I were to cam up.
ask is because, like, you know, I'm in the Northeast, and what I realize is that you know, if I go out to New York, you know, I might spend like, I don't know, 40, 50 on tolls, 100, 200, 300 on a club. What I started doing, you know, many years back, me and my man was like, yo, man, you could spend that same money, get a flight, go to the DR, have 10 times as much fun.
Yep.
And that's how I got very, very preferential with the DR. And
fiscally responsible.
Like when you ask, where would you move to? Like, you know, after researching schools and all of that other stuff, I would say the DR.
Okay.
No, I was saying he's still asking how much. I don't know, y'all.
Okay.
What do y'all think is a reasonable price? What would y'all charge?
No.
For what?
No, I'm gonna tell you, because I say this on my channel all the time. $250,000 to cam up.
Not 250. No, that's too much. That's
and
out of control.
no. This is my rate. And 100,000, and I will fight anybody on camera.
No, that's unreasonable.
Hell, bro.
The rest of y'all, what would y'all charge to make everybody cam up?
200.
200.
Yeah.
Cam.
Okay. 200.
I mean, cam up, I got my picture on. I'm sitting here in the dark.
So they put out a number, 200, 250. First of all, who's gonna pay that?
I'm just big on camming up because I did a lot of like remote sales, and they were just big on always having like this sort of situated up and going. But I fully understand folks take sales calls with the camera off and all types of stuff.
Okay.
Crazy.
Yeah, get your money.
By the way, she keep bringing this up. Like people are talking about other stuff, and but she keeps bringing up like how much would it cost? How much can I get out of it? And I even said like, listen, I'm not going to cam up if he's paying you. Like, why is he paying you for me to cam up? Like that shit's weird.
He paying for his entertainment. He paying for what he want to see.
Yeah, if he wants to see me, then he pays me. What the hell? Like, I mean, so y'all hear me saying that? Like, hey, if you want to see me, then you pay me. Well, why in the fuck are you paying her to see me? When people wanted to see you strip, they didn't pay somebody else.
We not on GameChanger channel though.
You ever consider he just want to get you off the panel?
No, I have considered that.
So he not trying to see you. You ever consider he just wants to get you off the panel? Somebody said don't cam up. No.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of jealous dudes out there. I ignore them.
Gotta cam up. You gotta cam up, or you just gonna drop off.
I stated my price.
You sent the bread. I have to stick to my word.
You really didn't say or else drop off, but I'll drop off.
Okay, it's either cam up or you gotta drop off. He sent the money, y'all. I can't. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat.
He cammed up.
So you want to stay on the panel?
Okay. I want y'all. This was the one that was talking the most simp shit. Homie, right here. I want y'all to pay special close attention to what he looks like on camera and the picture that's displayed.
You gotta cam up.
Y'all see that, right? There is an age gap, a large age gap between what's on the picture and what's in reality. A large one. And keep in mind, she's only physically attracted to 1% of the population. And I doubt that either the picture or the actual him is in that 1%. I'm not, so this is not a knock. My point is that why in the fuck are you simping? She's not gonna fuck you.
I cammed up.
Cam up.
I cammed up.
No.
He ain't say how long. He ain't say how long.
Don't do that. You know he wanted y'all to be on camera. Y'all know he wanted you to be on camera.
I think I've seen this guy before on different channels.
Don't do that. Pharaoh, you gonna cam up? Is he even there? Or he just, let me see. I don't even think he probably fell asleep. Okay, come on, you gotta cam up. I don't want to do him like that. You know he didn't pay just for you to come show your face.
Oh man, I can't up
for
already.
2 seconds.
Yeah, but
okay,
I can't up already.
You fine like that? You fine like that?
Nah, but like I used to be on cam a lot, like way back when. But they be clipping these lives and shit like that. So
Okay, I understand, but you.
Okay, all right. I cannot believe that this dude actually did it. He didn't want to be on camera, but he did it so she can get paid. Man didn't want to cam up, but he did it so she can get the $100 that she already got. He just didn't want to risk her being mad at him.
Like,
wait. So the thing was the thing was the actually came up like to nah man, come on, I did like we canned up. Like whoever gonna clip it, I think Evans or whatever his name is, I think he got what he wanted.
I'm gonna ask him, okay? I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Evans Simonis. Is it okay for Born Ready to just show his face and not cam up?
This is funny. Dude been simping the whole show, and now she is about to get the irony. The irony. There was no simping in his future. These pros ain't loyal. Money talks. Yo simping did not outdo that $100 bill. Those 4 9s there. Oh, she just forgot you are just begging to continue to be in her presence. But she is listening to the command of the person that dropped that bread. And he's just in there like, oh yeah, but I cammed up for a second and he didn't say I had to cam up the whole thing. He said so let me stay up because I just want to yeah. Can I smell your hair?
The rest of the time. Now, depending on what he say, Born Ready, if he say no, I'm gonna have to drop you off.
I got you.
So I'm gonna see what he say. What up, Andre? What up, Andre? Because he the one that broke his bread.
Are we learning? Are we learning? All your personality and all your swag and all your game and all that doesn't mean shit when it comes to money.
Why you don't want to get on camera, Born Ready?
No. It ain't nothing like that. Ain't nothing like that. Nah. I mean, I'm saying.
He said no, cam up the whole stream. He wants you to cam up the whole stream.
This man is now dictating. So we understand the power of money as it relates to women. So why not just get the box? Like it's that simple. For example, if I walked up to Zaza Beats and say, I can't imagine the type of game it would take for Zaza Beats to allow me to eat a Jello pudding snack out of her hair. I don't know what clever sequence of words I could use to get that end result, but I do know that if I paid her, she'd let me eat a Jello pudding snack out of her hair. I do know that. I know it for a fact. For those of you who don't know, I really want to eat a Jello pudding snack out of Zaza Beats' hair. All right.
Oh, man, nah, I ain't gonna came up the whole string. I mean, I honored the debt. He ain't specified, but I honored it. But I'll drop down.
Yeah, I'll be specified.
Okay, yeah. Just catch us on the next one.
Ah!
Yeah, for sure.
And he got kicked off.
Okay, or hop in the chat.
I'm on it. All right,
crazy.
All right.
He got us all up out of there.
Okay.
That's
I'm gonna put the link down if anybody else wants to join the stream, but you must cam up. If you do not cam up, you cannot get on stream. Okay, so
all right, I think that's the end of that. That at least that's the end of my part of it.
I think that just because you leave the United States, you're gonna have more time today.
Well, it wouldn't be like an.
Oh wait.
If you're trying to go to a fitness forward self improvement, maybe going to somewhere like Colombia or maybe Brazil would probably be better just off a glance because the
She responds to
food
one of
and
my
then
comments.
the
I'm gonna
culture,
see if I can
but
find
as like
it.
a holistic just level fits you
Shout out to
and just like the
homie.
time, I would say go all in with it. I did it for
Yeah,
like
because people think that's an easy job, but it's not. Like you can get location freedom, but you don't get time freedom.
not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, you got to be willing to put in work. Even this, I tell people this. Like I have my own business that I run online. For those of y'all who don't know, if y'all are, let me plug myself in real quick. So for
realistic, but if we're judging it, I wish her body was more curvy.
Do you like Bernice Burgos?
Yeah. She's nice. She's nice.
I think I
what's her
skipped
name?
over like my comment, or maybe she didn't highlight it and she just responded to it. Let me see. He sent another 100.
Healthy outlook again.
So far, this man spent like 250 to not fuck this chick. Keep in mind, this is Friday night. It was early for me, but I'm sure he's on the East Coast and it was like late for him. He so far he spent 200 and some odd dollars to not fuck this chick. It's weird. Young man, I promise you, get your money up, smell good. You can experience all the looks you want. Don't listen to any other advice. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say don't get your money up and smell bad. So, I guess that's good advice. Oh, he's still spending money. Like that advice don't really, go against my advice, which is stop spending money on not box like you're doing. Young man, you're a jit. You have no significant past, no such thing as fumbling. The money, no such thing as fumbling the money, and good smelling aura will start the real experience. What the fuck is it? All right. Nigga's weird. I think we missed my part. Oh, did he send another one? Yeah, so basically, yeah, he sent another one. So he's pretty much just making it rain. He's pretty much just making it rain. Once again, she's used to this. Here's another one. Yeah, man, always stay to yourself, learn everything. Oh, that's another fetish that a lot of guys have. A lot of guys like giving dating advices. They like feeling like the senior pimp of something, like on a movie. Like, the shit's wild. Black man's relationship to money is a sad one. It's a toxic relationship. Boss man, you ain't gotta do none of that. Get your money up, focus on what you want to do. They will acclimate in the story. She's not gonna acclimate to you, and I know that you want her to. So the short answer is no. And the reason why is because, okay, see, and Danica Murray said it best too. The moment she understands that, the moment she fucks you, there's no more super chats. The moment she fucks you, the gravy train stops. The gravy train stops with your nuts. So she's going to make sure that she don't fuck you. So you can continue to send super chats hoping that she do. Here's another one. Damn, this dude almost spent like $500, or maybe like 3, 4. Freedom and access is to pretty women. That's all you need. A king is not restricted. Okay. So he did all that just to seem knowledgeable to her. once again as a seduction technique. All right, so there we have it. Let me get out of here. Basically, fellas, women have long realized that there's more money in selling the sizzle versus the steak. There's more money to sell the possibility of sex or the proximity of it than there is to sell sex itself. Point blank, period. In fact, let me see if I can find something. Let me just see something right quick. Because I'm willing to bet. I'm curious. You definitely caught a hitch in the matrix. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I do. All right. Let's see. We want to go to community here. What I'm doing is I'm gonna see if I can find her Instagram. Oh, um, didn't find the Instagram, but I did find something else. I'm gonna share this with you. Okay. So we have this picture here with the heading, "We must take care of ourselves." Oh wait, is this a before? Oh no, no, that's the picture. Okay. Um. All right. Let's see. Hey, loves, really want to collaborate with some other content creators that are in alignment with my message. Drop some creators you would like to see me collaborate with. So this was a year ago. Okay. Let's see. All right, this wasn't what I was looking for. I was looking for an Instagram. Oh wait, maybe this is it. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh no, this is just a different YouTube. This isn't our Instagram. All right. What the fuck is our Instagram? See, that lets y'all know how much I don't do this YouTube shit. All right, let's see. Yeah, somebody could find it. Let me know, cause well, maybe some not subscribed. By the way, I'm not subscribed. She just come up on my shit. Oh, maybe some one of her videos. That's what I checked. Nope, I don't want that anymore. Let's see. What the hell is Linktree? Oh, she has like a thing for tech jobs. Okay. No comment on that. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think that she has like her Instagram listed here. All right. Yeah. So it doesn't look like I'm gonna find her Instagram. So, well, maybe if I just type in her name. Oh wait. Oh, is that the Instagram symbol? Let's see. Okay, maybe if I just do this. Because I just want to make this point before I go. Yeah, I think this is her. Yeah, because it says Spanish lesson, so I know she teaches Spanish. Oh, by the way, oh, fantastic is subscribed to her. And Information Man and Fatty. Okay. All right, yeah, so I could share it because this is going to prove my point. Um, all right, so my point is that with modern women, you really don't have to um, you really don't have to pay them to see their body. Like you could really just see her body on her Instagram. So that's one other thing that I don't really, you know, understand the whole no. So like right here, like look, there's her body. Like there it is for free. Like let's see this one. There it is. Like I mean, do you really have to make it rain to I mean, it's not like there's like much left to the imagination. I mean, I guess if you want to touch or something, but you know, um, yeah. Let's see. Somebody said something about makeup and filters. You're right. If you want to see her without those things, then you would have to go to the strip club. And I'm not saying don't go to the strip club. I'm saying like I don't understand the concept of people who are. I don't understand the thinking of somebody who is dead set against buying box, but they're pro strip club. I don't. Wow, I never seen anybody sell tech opportunities in a bikini. That's a new one. That's a new one. Okay. Oh, okay. So here we go. Here we go. So yeah, that's so you see, you don't really have to pay. You could just like, this is what she's working with. Let's see some of the comments. D. Low Mercedes. Okay, that's Spanish. Let's see. I'm proud of you, Mariah. Okay, love the way you're showing off my beautiful city. I live here about 7 minutes from there. Okay. Um, well, somebody wants to smash 7 minutes away. Let's see. Oh wait, is this her dude that she was talking about? Um, let's see. Oh no, it's just a dude that they met at the spot. Oh no, it looks like they're on. I don't know. So it's somebody who is not paying. Is not paying to see her. Let's see. Is this going to do anything or no? That's just a regular. All right. Let me just see. Okay, that's pretty much it. So between like free porn and um, Instagram and all that stuff, I really don't see the purpose in. Well, I do. I don't see the purpose in strip club other than you actually want to be close to the woman and have her see you and impress her with your money. That's the real purpose of going to the strip club. Because you can see her, but the reason why you're going is because you want her to see you with hopes that you will get that box. But the solution to that problem is to pay for the box. Is better than paying for the possibility of it. I don't understand that. Anyway, I want to thank the Cash Apps, the Super Chats, and I want to thank Tim Howard for the free memberships, and I want to thank Melissa for becoming a member. I think she was a member before. I think she renewed. Um, and yeah, I want to thank the managers and moderators, those who are listening silently, and those who participate in the chat. And D. Scott said it best. This is the summary of what I was saying. It's better to pay for box than it is to pay to look at it. This is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.